Order. Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to Regina City Council meeting for the January 29th, our first meeting starting at 1:30 in the afternoon, our new format. So I think we're waiting to connect Councillor Flagel, I believe, going to keep attempting to do that, but we'll continue with the meeting. So I'd like to have a motion to adopt the agenda with revisions as per the clerk's office. Councillor Bryce, seconder. Okay. Councillor Bershani. This will note that there's a withdrawal of amendment bylaw number 2019-24, and Councillor Bershani, your whistleblower policy has been withdrawn. Okay, that's good. And there's an addition of two delegations as I see here. So with that, we'll look for the approval of the minutes from both December 9th and December 16th of 2020. Councillor Hawkins, seconder. Okay. Any discussions on either one of the minutes? Should say 2019 on there, not 2020. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll begin our discussion on the proposed Yards neighborhood plan. Our first delegation this afternoon is Carla Harris. Welcome to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
I'm here intending to represent minority public of Regina.
Okay. Right ahead.
Through you, Chairperson, I propose that Regina commit the development of the Yard on the untapped economic potential of residents with accessibility needs and goals. Regardless of current rates of underemployment, disabled Canadians have an annual buying power of $55 billion per year. When you consider how often disabled buyers influence the purchasing decisions of their entire families, though, the aggregate comes to represent the 3rd largest market segment in all of North America, which comes from the Statistics Canada. There's been a huge amount of new research done in 2017 with a Canadian survey on disability. So an architect's accessible design doesn't always work. It sometimes has other barriers that are not intentionally caught. And the biggest catch of this is the Mosaic Stadium. It has been given accolades by Rick Hansen Foundation, and it's reached a lot of these accessible standards, but it's placed in the most inaccessible part of Regina. So people with accessibility barriers are not able to actually get to the building. This is just like the value of putting accessible buildings on the moon, Mr. Speaker. So here is my list of 4 major accessibility designs that we need to consider that will actually address these problems, and addressing them for everyone that faces these invisible barriers, which is single parents, families with single cars or no vehicle, commonly for Indigenous people, Canadian newcomers who may not have approval to drive in Canada, students, people with disabilities, and low socioeconomic residents. It's a large grouping. First off, our population is aging, so with similar families and an aging population in Canada, researchers are speculating anywhere up to 80% of Canadians may have a disability by 2030. This is going to mean that lots of people, boomers who've moved into a condo, found themselves something that seems like it's more practical for their type of life and their stage of life, may have another health condition arise which makes them need to be on a ground floor of a building in a wheelchair. Together, the factors, we're not really looking at like only 13% of people under 24 have disabilities, but 47% of people 75 and over are who has disabilities. So when we look at the gap and that margin of how old folks are here, we've got to be really making our planning that way. Increased emergency preparedness is one of the biggest problems. People assume that you can get out of a building with elevators, but when there's a fire or any emergency, the fire alarms are disarm the elevators. So people who cannot walk down, and a bigger problem actually, commonly, is mobile wheelchairs these days that are built, people can't actually stay within the closed security of those stairwells if there's more than one person who lives in a wheelchair on any one floor of a building. So you have to really intend to build accessible ground floor level for anyone that can't climb down all the flights of stairs comfortably in their building. The next one that is, yes, making all, a great goal would be to make all residents one bus that is away from a transit hub. Regina is one of those only places that does not have a transit hub. If you are taken to the downtown where most of our transfers are made, you have about, I think it's 11 blocks from all the way Albert to Broad where the drop-offs happen, and you don't always, if it's a busy time of day, you don't get across.
Sarah, she just have under 1 minute to go.
Yep, sounds good. So if we could put in front of, when you're talking about a conference or cultural center in the, whatever it's called, yard, thank you, then we could have every single area of the city able to access our things like sports center, have that area, because the majority of things that are barriers for people with disabilities are being able to get to within a like a manageable space, get to food, daycare, education, and employment. If we place that in the center of downtown, we could actually make this city an accessible city for everyone and have people from the small towns in our province move here for retirement.
Good, thank you very much. You're right on time. We do have questions from members of council. Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out, Carol. If I understand you correctly, instead of concentrating on building accessible facilities, we should be concentrating on a zone of accessibility, where it's easy to move out throughout the entire zone.
Thank you.
Within the zone, the facilities would be there, but by going to a zone mentality, we can attract people who might need those facilities to be within the zone, and thereby shedding some of the responsibilities that are very hard to provide on a one-off response. Would that be a good summary of what you're seeing?
Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. not Speaker, Chairperson. Yes, what it would be is like if you could have that downtown area and the central area aim the transit system out of there, because that would give us that opportunity to, instead of building, like you can have a fantastic accessible building that's put up in Harbor Landing, for example, that I can't get to. Or from there, there's only one bus that goes by it, so people can't easily by bus figure out where they're going to work. They can't easily get to employment opportunities unless they work within that building. So having something that is designed with an idea of it being a super block is the ideal way to transform the city of Regina into an actual accessible city for the other regions of our city, because that would be all one bus reachable.
Okay.
Instead of all the transfers. Many people with disabilities can't do transfers, or just even seniors who are not great with walking in our winter, don't want to be on the ice. They can't do the bus transfers where there are areas where there's not a proper cleared platform, and that is all of the residential areas.
Thank you. So just to carry on through a follow-up, so it's not necessarily the building of a transit hub you want, it's the use of the transit and the way it would move throughout that area to be accessible and approachable and easy to get on and more timely and intensified throughout that area, correct?
Ms. Harris.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. I disagree.
Okay.
I think that the majority of people that work in this block of the city of Regina have full-time jobs that they've had for a lot of years. They have the highest making jobs of anywhere in our city. The people with, for example, once again, with disabilities, single parents, all of those marginalized groups, often the thing that they're looking for is a part-time employment opportunity. Places like the whole Exchange District have far more part-time employment potential than the city council area and these like larger businesses, because anyone with a chronic pain condition, that's the largest number of disabilities is chronic pain. Those are the types of people that actually need to have a job that would be maybe 4 hours a day. For things like arthritis, you can have a manageable life and a long-term career in something like that. But when we are in a plan here where even the City of Regina, for anyone to apply to a job at the City of Regina as a worker in this building, you have to click a box to disclose whether you have a Class 5 driver's license. You are already automatically and unintentionally limiting who can be employed at this institution. If we set it up in jobs that are not expecting the same education experience, so the transit hub could be in an area where people, doesn't matter what school they've gone to, they could go and serve, or they could serve coffee, or they could work on, putting together the jewelry at some of those Hilberg and Burke. Things like that. There are jobs that have a lot of potential for part-time and lower education focus. The people that make as much money as they do in City Hall can afford vehicles and often choose to. But it's people who can't get to employment, like myself, because I can't drive. We need to be able to have a living place that can let us get to every part, and we can't afford to live on this block.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. Thank you, Carla, for coming forward as an advocate for people with disability as well as seniors. I just want to be clear, following Councillor Mancinelli's question. So are you saying that you want a transit hub that is for everyone but also accessible, to be a key connector throughout? This would be a main hub to connect it to downtown and wherever they want to go. Through the chair?
Saris?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, that's the most important part, because there are lots of people that rely on our paratransit only because their home cannot be accessed by the transit routes that are close enough to their house, right? The transit routes in their area aren't close enough to their home. If people could take paratransit to a accessible transit hub, they would be able to transfer and independently ride and choose how often and where they go all over the place, without you having to necessarily make all of those adaptations in their rural areas, not rural, whatever you call it, wards, in all of their wards, independent wards. Oh, can you tell my disability actually is language barrier? It's pretty hilarious. Okay, thank you for your patience. I think that's everything. Yeah, the biggest difference would be if we can have an actual accessible hub, we could actually probably considerably reduce the amount of usage and dependency on paratransit.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. There appears no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. The next delegation is Lisa Gibbons. Ms. Gibbons, you've been here a few times. You know what you have to do. Identify yourself, who you are, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Gibbons, and I'm here today representing Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. I am the Executive Director. I'm very excited to be here today. We've waited a long time to bring this issue before Council, and more importantly, the property owners and the businesses are very excited to see this next step forward. It's not often we get a chance to redefine our city center. And this next step in zoning will support the OCP, it'll grow our city centers, and it will give room for developers to meet market demands over the upcoming years. We know that parking is always a conversation, so let's just talk about it and ensure that we incentivize underground parking as we move forward in this development. We're excited to see what's going to happen following this step. We certainly hope it's approved, and we look forward to working with the rail yard admin team on a tentative use plan. So we're excited to present some awesome things coming forward, but we're really excited to get this step done. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that. Questions of the delegation? Apparently there are none. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Next delegation is Nick Kazilis. Mr. Kazilis and your team, for the record, your name, who we represent. You will have 5 minutes collectively to make a presentation. There may be questions from a member of council afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of City Council. I'm Nick Kazilis, Senior Development Manager for the Regina Revitalization Initiative. Joining me is Shauna Bisdell, Director of Land and Real Estate Management, and Paul Meraz, Manager of the Land Development Branch. Also with us are external members of the project team to answer any technical questions that you may have. The city has two distinct roles with respect to the development of the former CP Rail lands. One role is as the land developer. The other is as the regulator or as the planning authority. We are here today as the applicant on behalf of the City of Regina for this official community plan amendment, the proposed Yards Neighborhood Plan. For clarity, our role is as the land developer, and similar to that of a private developer seeking municipal approval of a neighborhood plan. We support the recommendations of both Regina Planning Commission and the Planning and Development Services Department and express our appreciation for their contributions throughout the review process. For clarity, the Planning and Development Services Department is responsible for the other distinct and separate role ensuring process and regulation were followed. We would also like to acknowledge the significant contributions of thousands of citizens, stakeholders, and landowners who gave generously their time, energy, and input to ensure the plan reflects a shared vision. It is with this participation that we ensure the future of Regina is made in Regina, and we want to say thank you. In 2011, City Council initiated the Regina Revitalization Initiative, the largest urban revitalization project in the city's history. The RRI consists of new Mosaic Stadium, the Rail Yard Renewal Project, and the future redevelopment of Taylor Field neighborhood. We believe the initiative is a once-in-a-generation city building opportunity. In late 2015, at the direction of City Council, we began a master planning process for this project, which has resulted in the plan before you today. It provides policy direction for the long-term growth, development, and servicing of the neighborhood. The proposed plan sets the policy framework for a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented environment, but remains flexible to accommodate changing market conditions and investment opportunities over time. The plan we are bringing to City Council today was created with council direction through a council-approved vision and guiding principles, as well as with extensive consultation. In fact, it is one of the city's most consultative projects to date. Thousands of citizens, stakeholders, and landowners participated in several engagement opportunities, including participation on an advisory committee, attendance at an open house or a design charrette, completing online surveys, or through the review process. Common feedback included improved connections between the warehouse district and downtown, high quality design, sustainable development, and improvements to Dudney Avenue to create a compact and walkable environment that supports new economic activity. Due diligence is a fundamental phase of the development process. The plan was informed by hundreds of pages of technical due diligence, including environmental assessments, noise and vibration analysis, transportation analysis, market analysis, and water, wastewater, and stormwater servicing analysis. In 2018, the Government of Canada, Province of Saskatchewan, and City of Regina announced more than $33 million for public capital investment in the Yards neighborhood to create the conditions that will ultimately enable growth and attract private investment.
You have just under a minute to go.
Thank you. Your consideration of the plan will help formalize its vision and values into policy and advance the project towards a vibrant and unique urban neighborhood that supports the ongoing revitalization of the city center and thereby enhances the City of Regina as a whole. It will also contribute to the OCP's goal of growing Regina's population through infill development, targeting the accommodation of a significant residential population. Again, We support the recommendations of both Regina Planning Commission and the Planning and Development Services Department on this once-in-a-generation project. We thank all of those involved in the creation of the plan and now welcome any questions or comments that City Council may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? We have a couple. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Through the chair, how do you see this plan rolling out? What's the timeline on implementing this plan? Is this decades, multiple decades, generational? What's the rollout?
Mr. Morose?
Through the chair, so there's a couple of points there. The reality of the market right now is there's not a whole lot of appetite for investment. That said, there are things that we can do, and we intend to pursue those things. So things such as improvements to Dudney Avenue, we could undertake those in the coming years. We've received some feedback from the warehouse district that they would like to see some improvements to Dudney Avenue as soon as possible. As well, there's some environmental work that needs to be done, and we've done quite a bit of preliminary environmental work. We've got some environmental work underway, and we think we could actually start to clean up some of the site in the coming year.
Okay. Reviewing the OCP, we want the redensification of downtown to happen. Is this plan an example of what's going to fix the redensification of downtown, or is this to activate that?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through your worship. As you see in the OCP, the plan or the OCP directs 10,000 people to the city center or city core. Specifically with regards to the RRI lands, there's 2,500 population directed to the RRI development, so that's the yards and also Taylor Field. We're envisioning this plan will accommodate anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 people. So this will drive the intensification rate.
Once again, to drive the intensification, when does the plan get activated? If this is a decades plan or multiple decades plan, can we do something in the meantime to get that activation to start seeing the lands downtown reestablished?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through your worship. That's exactly what we're doing here today. So we are asking for approval to make sure that we have the right vision and the guiding principles to move forward with concept planning, creating the site development, the site, so we can actually develop. The city's role in this development is as the land developer. So we will not be building any buildings. We will not be building any residential buildings or commercial buildings. It will all be civic and infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Thank you very much for outlining the first steps of this exciting plan. Could you walk through a little bit more with regards to the known environmental hazards and then the remediation process, as well as any anticipated costs that might be associated with it?
Mr. Gillis?
Sure. Through you, your worship. So through the Yards neighborhood planning process, a number of environmental site assessments were completed, ESAs as they're referred to. First stage of that was phase 1 ESA for the neighborhood plan boundary, all of the properties within there, and also for the rail yard site itself. A phase 1 ESA is largely a research report, searching through old historical records, air photos, and whatnot to determine what the historical use was on the site, where buildings were over time. That helped inform phase 2 environmental site assessment that was completed again as part of this planning process, where we dug boreholes and test pits in various locations around the site. This was subsurface work where there was soil samples and groundwater monitoring that took place. There was the observance of some debris, such as wood, metals, and other brick particles. As well, there was some observance of coal as well. So from there, we did some additional testing as well to run trenches north-south on various parts of the site to ensure that the old rail spur lines that ran through the property in its history had been removed, and in fact our findings were that they had been removed. From here, we have already procured the services of an environmental consultant who will complete for us human and health risk assessment, and this will be the measurement of the observed contaminants on site against Ministry of Environment criteria. They will also formulate a corrective action plan for us to tell us how we will go about remediating the site to allow development to occur. The cost, to answer the final part of your question, is quite variable depending on a number of factors, including what ultimately will be built on the site. There's different levels of remediation that are required for something. Take as just an illustrative example, another industrial use versus something more sensitive such as a residential use. As well, depending on the remediation strategies that are identified in the corrective action plan, it could be phased with development rather than all excavated and refilled from the beginning. Those different strategies will come at different costs.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes, through the chair. So you had mentioned approximately $30 million on the table to invest in this site. What kind of stipulation is attached to that money? Where can we spend it and where can't we spend it? And what I'm thinking about here is this proposal of a bridge that would physically connect downtown with warehouse. Could that be included in the 30 million, or is that 30 million going somewhere else?
Mr. Gonzalez?
Through you, Your Worship, the $33.6 million that was announced in 2018 is a joint partnership between the Government of Canada, the Province of Saskatchewan, and the City of Regina. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 funding. We applied through the brownfield remediation category, which made our project applicable for this funding. It can be used in part for some remediation, as well as some infrastructure work on site or surrounding site, or other public realm enhancements, which might catalyze development or allow development to occur on site. In terms of the pedestrian overpass specifically, should we believe that be the best use of the original initial funds, it would be applicable.
Thank you. Through the chair, from the real estate branch perspective, we've seen, if you will, a competing notion of what should be developed there. How does this plan fit into a larger city building project versus, say, focusing on a recreation and cultural hub that's been thought about in that space?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Thank you. Through your worship. The plan was directed by council through a vision, through guiding principles. As the land development branch, we've created that into a plan. We've consulted with the community, and this is the culmination of all of that feedback brought to you today. The plan is flexible, so it does allow for recreational or entertainment or those types of uses. So that's the great thing about this plan. Now the more detailed planning around that is to come.
Okay, thank you. My final question, lots of investment required, could be very exciting. To what extent will infill service agreement fees be able to finance any of these projects? So any of the large issues that we would have to invest in up front, would SAFs cover any of this, or that would only be associated once shovels are in the ground and infrastructure is required for that actual building?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through your worship, I will start, but then I would suggest that might be a question for Diana Harlock. With regards to infill or intensification levies, generally those levies are for off-site development, off-site infrastructure. So any infrastructure that's required for on-site development would be the requirement of the developer to fulfill.
Ms. Harlock, do you want to add to this?
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. So the fees that we collect, then it does go into the SAF model with respect to how we pay for those larger pieces that are that we've allocated to the intensification growth portion. Did you have any?
No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Brashani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report. So I do have a couple questions in regards to process and why it's coming forward now. So when we've talked about this for a while, you've done the consultation. Without the true environmental testing, and you've still got a lot more to do, why would we come with a form build saying we want residential housing there if we don't know that we're going to actually be able to put it out there? Through the chair?
Mr. Gazillis?
Through your worship, just to be clear, the environmental assessment work that has been completed has concluded that it will not preclude development from occurring on this site.
My question through the chair is residential. Residential is a part of this piece. I know for residential, you have to go a lot deeper. So my question, or I think more is to be done, unless I'm misunderstanding that right now with the testing that City of Regina has done, as far as the environmental testing, that we're good to go for residential. Through the chair?
Mr. Gazillis?
Through you, your worship, I will reiterate again, the environmental site assessments that have been completed have concluded, based on the contaminants observed, it would not preclude residential development from occurring on the site. We do know that this is a brownfield site and will need remediation.
Okay. So one of the other things that I think that, I guess the question I ask is, when you did the engagement, how many people, through the chair, wanted to live right beside a train? On the plan, we've got residential bordering the train track. Can I ask why we wouldn't have thought of putting a commercial space there and then residential in front? And I'll add on to that, in the report, was there any study done or anything for health? To do any research on the health if you live beside a train track? Through the chair?
Mr. Gazillis?
Sure. So through the consultations, we heard a variety of desires for the site that has been reflected in the plan before you today. I will also remind you that the policies in the plan have been purposefully constructed to be flexible in nature, to account for changing market conditions or investment opportunities over time. We certainly did hear from a number of folks that they think this would be a very interesting and favorable location to live, especially if that connection between the warehouse district and downtown and other surrounding neighborhoods are improved. It really opens up the opportunity for a new live-work sort of environment.
Okay, thank you for that. Just in the report that was given, we've done environmental, we've done financial, and can I ask, was there ever any thought in doing the health piece? Because I know that when you go online, you can do a lot of reading that health has put out, that it's not highly recommended. There's many risks to living beside rail lands. It poses health and safety, number one, but also noise and cancer, other things that are exposed. So can I ask the health component, or is that something that's going to be done? Through the chair?
Mr. Gazillis?
Through you, your worship, a risk assessment has been completed as part of the Yards neighborhood planning process. But what you're talking about is this challenging component of having an interface with a railway corridor. So we're not the only city across Canada that has rail running through their city. And what we have taken into account is exactly those concerns which you've raised, which are the health components, as well as the more nuisance-related concerns related to noise and vibration. Those were completed as part of a noise and vibration study. There is also, on page 20 of the Yards Neighborhood Plan, an idea, a concept of how we are recommending to address this notion of railway proximity. It is consistent with a document created by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Railway Association of Canada, which, although it is not policy in our jurisdiction is a well-used document across Canada. We are consistent with that. You'll also notice the berm would act as a crash wall, if you will, in terms of public safety. There is also a height of the berm, an acoustical fence to address the issues of noise and vibration mitigation, as well as policy setting back buildings 30 meters from the property line.
Thank you for that. I didn't see the height. Can you tell me what the height is of that berm?
Mr. Gazillis?
Through you, your worship, it's a total of 5.5 meters in height.
Thank you. So I would like to just ask about, do you think as this moves forward, I'll go back. When we're talking about, was there any talk about a grocery store in this plan through the chair?
Mr. Gazillis?
Through you, your worship, yes. A grocery store is something that was often cited through our consultations. Of course, it is something that the proposed Yards neighborhood plan allows for. The question of when the market is there that a grocery store would choose to locate on this site, it is still a while out.
Okay. Through the chair, the wording you've used is choose if the developer chooses to use. Is there something that we as a city can say that we need a grocery store in this area? And in the fact that with the developer saying that this is something that is needed in this community, in this center of this area, rather than just allowing them to develop whatever the market is and how they can move it forward from there. Is there a conversation to be had with the developers of the intent and the type of development, looking at a green development, the things that we want as a council that we've talked about for a while as a grocery store would be one. Through the chair.
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through you, your worship. With regards to a specific building, so again, our role as a land developer, and maybe just to be clear, we're the land developer, not the builder. So we would be preparing parcels for market, and if a private market builder or business wanted to locate on that, then it would be at that time that they do that. Now, with regards to driving a specific use, council's will was to get into that market of building a grocery store in a neighborhood. I guess that would be your decision to do so, but as a land developer, that is not what our role is here. We are just preparing the land for those market uses to come, and it'll be the market that drives when the right time is for that specific use to locate.
Okay, and so across the tracks we have the downtown, and we know right now that we've got about 9% vacancy rate in commercial development. And how do you think this is going to affect the downtown in the businesses there? And I think when we look at it holistically, from the downtown to the warehouse down to Sass Drive, I mean, how are we going to ensure that this complements rather than fractures the downtown? Through the chair.
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through you, your worship. Again, we're not building anything today, so this is still at the neighborhood plan level. What this approval of this plan would say is we want to see this type of development within our city in the future. The market will drive the timing on when specific uses will locate there. Things such as vacancy rate will definitely affect the timing of on-site development with above-ground buildings.
Okay. And one of the last questions is, will you, through this conversation, have you had conversations with Downtown Bid, Real? Have you had conversations as this forum comes forward? Have you had discussions through the chair?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through you, your worship. We have ongoing conversations with our neighboring communities, the bid, the downtown bid, the warehouse bid, with regards to this plan. They're also part of the stakeholders that provided input into this plan.
Okay. And the $33 million that is coming forward, 33.6. So just to be clear, that is going to the undergrounds and the work on Dudney. Like, that's the plan that the financial, that's where it's going. So I think residents of Regina need to know, if we're not doing it now, it's going to happen in years to come. This $33 million, is that where it's going? In streetscape, through the chair?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through your worship, the $33 million is going to be used as a catalyst to get this development moving. So remediating a brownfield development, brownfield site to make it ready for development. There will be things such as remediation on site. There may be such things as the civic uses, so the civic, like the park space, Dudney Avenue, things like that, to basically drive the development of the neighborhood.
Okay. And I did talk about a health assessment. It was, Nick had indicated that it's in with the risk. Can I just leave it that the health authority could be consulted as a takeaway, and I can talk to administration to look at that through the chair?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through your worship, of course, this is probably a question for the regulatory authority, regulator authority. However, the health authority is circulated on these as well. This is a provincially approved plan, so it does have to go through that circulation process as well. Okay.
Okay, so would they then report on it through the chair?
They have an
Ms. Blaisdell?
opportunity. They have an opportunity. Sorry, they have an opportunity to provide input on the plan and their concerns or support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parshani. Councilor Flagel, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Maiden voyage, here we go. Thanks. Through you, I'd like to know from the administration, what has the total cost of us looking and doing what we've done so far to Dudney Avenue over the past 7 years, besides the purchase and of all the administrative costs? How much money have we spent so far? Studies, reports, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Gazillis?
Through you, your worship, the master planning process has been supported through a significant amount of due diligence, and I spoke to some of them already in my introductory remarks. This is highly specialized work for which we've needed external consulting support to drive forward on the majority of it. All said, from the 5 years that we've been working on the plan, it's approximately $1 million worth of work.
About $1 million, okay. So if we've spent that money, now the $33 million, is there a timeline on that to when we maybe start using it, to when we have to finish using it? Or can we, according to you guys, the plan is going to be 25 years to 50 years. Can we utilize that money over that time period, or do we have to spend it in a certain amount of time?
Mr. Gazillis?
Through you, your worship, I will also clarify that aside from the New Building Canada grant funding that we received, we also received grant funding to help support the studies and the Yards Neighborhood Plan. So $175,000 of that number that I just quoted has been provided to us through the Green Municipal Fund. The New Building Canada Fund, $33.6 million, comes with a time for which it needs to be utilized. Our end date as of today is March 31st, 2028.
So are you saying we have to spend, through you, Mr. Mayor, do we have to spend that money by 2028? I didn't quite get an answer that I was wondering about.
Oh, we'll give him a chance. So, Mr. Gazillis, you want to repeat that?
Yeah.
Through you, your worship, to clarify, The $33.6 million must be utilized, must be spent by 2028.
Okay, good, thank you. Again, another question I have too is, when you talk about the berm going on the, be on the north side of the railroad tracks, protecting the Dewdney lands or the yards, when you talk about 5.5 meters, you're saying that's about 18 feet. Do you realize that apartment buildings are going to be 10 and 12 stories high and they'll be like 140, 150 feet high? So to Councilor Bresciani's point on environmental and health risks, is there going to be some type of an exhaust fan system set up, or how are we going to gauge the noise barrier, first of all, and the environmental and health risk to the potential residents in 25 years that are going to maybe live against the railroad tracks in the 10th floor?
Mr. Casillas?
Through you, Your Worship, I will reiterate the railway interface on the site is a challenging component of this project for us. The recommendation here on page 20 of the proposed Yards Neighborhood Plan is conceptual. That is consistent with the FCM and RAC guidelines. They are national guideline documents. There is nothing to say that we or a developer of buildings that will be set back at least 30 meters from the property line would not take additional measures to further mitigate noise or other nuisance.
Thanks. So today's plan is all about the land use, nothing about any plan. So the housing that we talk about or the buildings or commercial have nothing to do with anything other than talk, but the land use, section A, B, C, and D, and E, and however many there are. Is that all we're dealing with today? No remediation costs, no nothing else, just get it in the OCP.
Mr. Casillas?
Through you, Your Worship, we're dealing with the totality of the proposed Yards Neighborhood Plan, which amongst many components includes land uses. It also includes some policy related to built form. It includes policy related to open space, mobility, and servicing as well.
Thank you. Another thing is, and just to clarify, I'm wondering, you generalized the number in terms of how many people have responded or been to, and you've said between it, you know, there's thousands and then 1,000 and then 2,000. Do we have an actual number as to how many actual responses we have on paper to this plan in the last 5 to 7 years?
Mr. Casillas?
Through you, Your Worship, I am very proud to say that this is one of the city's most consultative projects to date. There has been input from landowners, from stakeholders, and from citizens right across the entire city. There has been input from thousands of people over 5 years.
Okay, so no real number. But anyway, thank you. The one other thing that I want to ask you about is the original concept back in 2013 or 14, whatever it was, in 14 at Evraz Place when it was upstairs. There was about 250 people there that were in that room discussing things. The last meeting we had about this concept and revitalization at City Hall, there was about 40 people there. Does that not give you guys an indication that there's maybe no interest in this and we're beating a dead horse, or are we just going to forge ahead and they'll come to it? I get it. I'm not quite getting the same sense of there's a huge interest. So comparatively on numbers, what would you have to say about that?
It's a hard question to answer, Councilor Flay. You're asking them to judge this. It's hard to say that they can maybe get you a number of people who consulted throughout the process. You ask for ones and thousands. Perhaps we can endeavor to get that number in total.
Right. But my question through you, Mr. Mayor, is that at the original there was 250 to 300 people, and the last meeting of this same land, there was about 40 people there. The number, you would think if the interest is there, would be 200. Does the administration value any of that, or do they just want to keep forging ahead?
Ms. Blaisdell?
Through you, Worship. I'll answer this as best as I can. So with regards to the number of people that had input into the plan and the creation of the plan is somewhere around 3,000 people. Actual written comments is not 3,000. I don't know exactly what that number is with regards to, say, a written survey or a written feedback form. With regards to the last consultation, which was considered the open house, which was part of the regulatory process, I believe there was about 60 people there. I can't speak to this specifically, but I think that our colleagues in City Planning and Development could. We viewed that as a success for an open house on a neighborhood plan. So I wouldn't necessarily say that that was not showing interest. I think that compared to other open houses of similar nature for neighborhood plans, it was considered a success.
Sure. Okay, thanks. That's all I needed. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I'd like to start out by thanking the three of you and your team for how diligent this is. From when I read through the report, you have all the bases covered, and any questions I had pretty much been answered. My question is around timing. My only question is around timing of the Dewdney Avenue revitalization and the funding. So the first one is, how quickly can we complete that redevelopment of Dewdney Avenue, being that it's the inlet into the yards? And secondly, is the $33.6 million allocated for brownfield development available for the Dewdney portion of the work of the project? Thank you.
Rose?
Right, through you, the chair. With respect to Dewdney Avenue and some of the things that we can actually invest in, because again, it is a difficult site. It's difficult to invest in on-site infrastructure because we really don't know exactly the details of what we need to do. There are things that we know we can do, including improvements to Dewdney Avenue. Presumably, we can get into some concept planning after this meeting, if we get approval, and we can start to work on those details over the next year and into next year. So it could happen as early as next year. I say that cautiously. Okay. We would like to do it quicker. There's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Thank you very much for all the work you do. Hopefully we can get that started next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship. To you. I've never been this close to you guys before. It's always over there. Quick question, and I know you've answered some question to Your Worship, is the timing of remediation, because the way things sounds like is that you're not going to go anywhere with that area until you dig and go. What's the timeline? And I mean, you said you were talking about you have to spend all this cash up to 2028. When would you start, and how deep are you going to go? What's the part of you mentioned about coal? You mentioned about lumber. I mean, the trucks are out, but how deep? There are other issues in that area. So what's the timeline? And
Mr. Gonzalez, you've answered part of the question already, but go ahead.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, thank you for the question. Remediation is included in that $33.6 million. We have already procured environmental engineering consultants to help us with that corrective action plan. The corrective action plan will identify the strategies which will address exactly those issues that you speak about. We're anticipating that report come in April or May of this year. From there, we will have a better sense of when we can begin remediation. And again, ultimately, it depends on the strategy that we choose. We may remediate the entire site. However, that's unlikely. I would guess that it is more cost conscious to phase remediation with development as needed.
okay, so to Your Worship, then talking about Dewdney Avenue, got a nice plan. Street looks good, 2 lanes wide, all that streetscape. That's going to be going on as you do on the remediation. So that plan is ongoing. Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez? Please, Del.
Through you, Your Worship. Thanks for the question. I just want to be clear with regards to Dewdney Avenue. So we have a conceptual picture of what Dewdney Avenue will look like. That's not a detailed design by any means. So there will be a lot more detail and consultation around what Dewdney Avenue will look like. As well, this kind of answers a little bit of Councillor Murray's question as well with regards to timing of Dewdney Avenue. There's a lot of city projects with regards to the transportation system happening in the downtown. We have to make sure that we phase it properly to be as least interruptive as possible.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Van Derek. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So this is kind of new to us on council, that you are actually coming as a delegation because of the development. How are we differing, you coming forward as a developer and working with the city? Are there any different approval processes, or is this exactly the same if you were an outside developer coming in to need approvals for everything? I just want to know what the difference is, and I'm sure the rest of Regina does too. Through you, Your
Ms.
Worship.
Blaisdell.
Through your worship. Great question. We are being treated exactly as a private developer would be. The only difference is we are located within the same building. So, but with regards to touch points, it's still set up with meetings. We still have the same regulatory process to go through. We're still required to provide the same amount of due diligence as any other developer, and it's all paid for through the land development fund, not through taxpayer funds. It's not part of the mill rate funded portion.
Okay, so it's funded out of its own separate account as a development. That's good to hear. Any special treatment that the city gives itself when we work as a developers?
Ms. Blaisdell.
Through your worship, but I think I'm going to ask my colleague,
Yeah.
Mr. Mraz, to answer that.
Through the chair, I'll speak to that. I've been on both sides of the coin. And the regulatory approving body treats us just as well or just as poorly as any other developer. And with all due respect.
Okay.
Healthy debate.
Well said.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify all of that as well, because I know that some of the questions are going for administration and as you as developers.
Is that a
so sort of
question, Councillor
muddy.
Bryce?
Thank you.
Good statement you made. Okay, thank you very much. There are no other questions of the delegation. You can return to the gallery, and now we'll look to Councillor Young to introduce the report. Councillor Young.
Thank you to Councillor Des for setting the context, and I'd like to add a little bit to that. This is one piece of a much larger revitalization project that includes it includes Evraz Place, and it includes the yards, and it includes Taylor Field. So this is a big, big project, and this is just one piece of it coming forward. The plan that's in your agenda provides the policy framework for future development. And so they'll be coming back to you many times over the next few years to bring concept plans, rezoning, subdivision, and public investment plans. And each time they'll come to Planning Commission and then to Council. So there'll be many opportunities for people to be able to say what they'd like to see and to talk about things that are important to them. So Planning Commission had a discussion about this, and they asked about the rest of the revitalization plan. They also asked about the Pedway Bridge. So Regina Planning Commission recommends that the Design Regina OCP be amended with the Yards Neighborhood Plan.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Discussion. Pardon me? I'll second that. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Second it. That's good. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a time of year in which university profs have all kinds of papers that they have to grade. Councillor Stevens will agree with this. You give them an A, you give them a C, you give them a D, and sometimes you give them an F. I read the Yards Neighborhood Plan yesterday at a time when I was grading papers, and I said to myself, what grade would I give this? Here's the grade. It's a U. It's a U for being unrealistic. It's a U for being uncreative. It's a U for being unimaginative. This is supposed to be the most exciting thing that this council does, and perhaps any council has done in this city. I didn't get that buzz out of this plan, and I haven't got that buzz this afternoon. What's exciting is reading the delinquent tax rolls. It's not very visionary. I worry that it's more a plan for a subdivision in 1980 than it's a plan for a subdivision in 2030 or 2040. Why do I say this? I say it for 4 reasons. I had to search the plan for the word sustainability. It's in there occasionally, but there's no vision of sustainability in this plan. Yesterday, we councillors received a note from Councillor O'Donnell, who's busy working planning the sustainability conference in May. And I was delighted to see in that document that one of the topics is going to be interesting ways to make neighborhoods sustainable. I would have thought, after the discussion that's gone in this council chamber, that after the endorsement that all of us councillors have given sustainability, the Yards neighborhood plan would have something meaningful to say about sustainability. It's not there, and that's its biggest fault. Secondly, I look at it, and what do I see? I see 7 apartment towers, some bigger, some smaller, across the plan. I see a tiny little bit of area of green space, and I say, is the vision here in this city that we're going to put up a bunch of apartment towers and look like downtown Hong Kong? Or are we on the prairie going to make room for parks, which, again, this council has said is important to us? And, you know, I say, what about these towers? We can't even get a tower up at Victoria and Albert. What are we talking about here? Unrealistic. And then thirdly, this pedway. How many people in this room have walked across the pedway that connects the athletic building at the University of Saskatchewan with the main university campus? It's a long, dreary, cold walk, especially at this time of year. The pedway, the crosswalk that we're talking about, which is one of the centerpieces of this vision, would be much longer. I know of no technology would make that a viable option. Perhaps like you see in some world-class airports, the mile-long moving path. Do we have the resources for that? Where are the resources for this pedway coming from? If they're not coming out of the 36 million that has been mentioned, that's for Dewdney Avenue, that's for infrastructure of the pedway. If it's feasible to build one at all, it's going to be much, much more expensive than that. And finally, the consultation process. Like many of the councillors, like Councillor Flegel, I was at the meetings to discuss this plan. And the one thing that actually generated excitement was the idea of a farmer's market. Everybody said, this would be great. I didn't see it mentioned in this plan. Well, they may say, you know, well, that's a bit too specific. Well, it's not too specific. It goes right to the vision of what this plan should be. So I think this plan gets a U all the way around. I know there's a motion coming for more discussion, and I'll support that. The real question here is, do we drive development for the center of our city from the center out to the west towards Evraz, or do we drive develop from Evraz, which is already an established area, into the railway yards? That's the question that needs to be discussed. We know that Evraz Place, their board, their CEO, Tim Reed, has been discussing a plan. We don't know what it is. We have some indication that it can finance itself, which would be important, and we have some indication that that will soon be before this council. Until we see that, I don't think we can say anything meaningful about the Yards neighborhood plan, but this plan is not exciting. It's a profound disappointment for what should be one of Regina's most exciting projects. I won't vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So one of the questions that I do have for administration as a takeaway, can I ask, I keep hearing this when we do reports, that Sask Health is somehow emailed or connected with. I don't think I remember when we were looking at a report up north close to the refinery, I had asked about that, about the pollution that comes out of the refinery, and I said, well, why wasn't there someone from health there? And I think the question is that they're maybe sent out somewhere, but something like this should have a health component. So I'm going to ask that however this moves forward, that we actually connect with Sask Health, whoever does that, to look at, that should be in the report as something as an impact. What is the impact on the health of people who will live close to the rail lines? I've done a little bit on my own, but if that could be, yeah.
Ms. Harlock?
Thank you, through the chair.
We do circulate, as Ms. Bisdell said, to a variety of different groups of people, so definitely that's something that we do, and we take their feedback. The one thing with respect to this, in the proximity of railways, FCM has done a number of studies to come up with the regulations that we applied to this, and we have adopted those regulations, which had consultation with all different groups of people with regards to health, safety, and vibration, and those sorts of things. So the city has adopted those recommended policies from SCM, and that's what we apply to development applications, whether it be here or anywhere else in the city where there's proximity, such as like Somerset.
Through the chair. So do you know how old those regulations are? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I might ask Mr. Mario if he knows the exact date they were adopted.
Mr. Mario?
Through your worship, the guidelines were developed in 2014.
Thank you. So I do have a, I did my own, and there was one through the health report, and it does talk about safety and dangers living near railroads. And I guess the question I'm asking is, it talks about the noise, it talks about the vibration, it talks about the pollution that it puts out. These are concerns for me. They're concerns from the residents of Regina that I really don't want families and kids bordering a rail line. So I'm going to ask that that's something for a takeaway for the group to come back, to directly contact Sask Health to ask for a report. Do I have to make a motion for that?
Well, we'll ask the administration.
Or is that an undertaking?
As an undertaking to the administration? Or is a motion? Either one. Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, just for clarity, is it about this plan or in general our regulations with
No.
regards to FCM?
With this plan.
With this plan? We can
Yes,
do
it's an
that as
undertaking,
an
yes.
undertaking.
Good, thank you. I'm just going to make a couple comments. And when we first met as a council and asked our input about this plan, it sounded really exciting. And I will say that Councillor Hawkins kind of hit the nail on the head. We were asked what we wanted to see, and the key words in there that I heard were vibrancy. We want it green. We want it sustainable. We want it something almost futuristic. Same time when Councillor O'Donnell had brought the motion forward on autonomous vehicles, like we started talking about things that were kind of for futuristic. When I saw the plan, it looked like another neighborhood plan. Disappointed to see all the high-rises as well. We live on flat prairie. I'm not sure we want to, and that many of high-rises. So we're not at Toronto, we're not at Vancouver, we're Regina. And I sometimes think we lose focus when we're thinking about the other big cities and what they're doing. I would like to see more green space, but I think at the end of the day, when we're looking at a plan like this, I want to see collaboration. This is my big worry, and I've said it over and over. Collaboration between Real, Sask Drive, downtown, and how this all fits together. How does it work? Because I don't think we should move forward with something like this when our economy is like this. And they said it could be futuristic down the road, but here's the concern. We know in the next 3-4 years, our economy is not that great. It's actually very fragile right now. We know that many people are facing layoffs. If we have to continue to pay for this as we move forward, what's that going to cost us? It's unknown right now. And if we're going to also consider doing Real, we're looking at Sask Drive, how can, as a city, I'm saying, and a council, how can we afford this? How can the citizens of Regina afford all this? That's my question. Through the chair.
To the city manager?
Through your worship, it's really important. What's in front of you today is a neighborhood plan. Regina Revitalization Initiative, the Rail Yard Alliance has always been proposed to be, it will proceed with private sector investment. So, you know, the plan, it may not be exciting, it may not have all the flash that, you know, council would like to see or the community would like to see. We always have to balance what that will look like. And if we create expectations and requirements, that may actually hinder private investment to come forward. Developers need to come forward and look at what they can do on the site. So at a high level, the plan talks about sustainability. You have to search for the word. But we're setting, I guess, the framework for the neighborhood, and the investment that we're looking at in terms of the federal government, provincial government, and municipal is really to put in some of the infrastructure that when our economy rebounds, and it will, and it may be a significant amount of time before we get there, that we will then have a site that private investment will want to come forward and invest. And we absolutely need to do that in context of all of the other priorities. Yes, REAL is looking at opportunities for development. We're out right now looking at enhancements to the Sask Drive corridor. We also have other infrastructure investments that we need to make. So yes, we need to look at it from a holistic perspective, and that is what our annual budget process does. That's what you know, our capital plan does in terms of setting those priorities, and obviously those are ultimately approved by council. So today we don't have buildings in front of you. Yes, there are drawings that indicate that we may have a high-rise building. The reality is that what's going to be built at the time? That is subject to market conditions and what private industry, the developers, are willing to bring forward. The public investment is simply setting the stage so that at the right time, private developers will come forward and say, there's a real opportunity there for us to invest and get a return on investment.
Okay, so through the chair, I know I wasn't on council at the time when this came forward through the railroad renewal. And right now we're facing kind of a, I would say, situation where we need more low-income and affordable housing. And that sits for dedication at the Taylor Field site. So can I ask, is there any opportunity, does this funding for the 33 have to be directed to here, or is it just within the rail renewal projects? Or does it have to be directed to this one, through the chair?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, the funding that we applied for, it needs to be invested at the rail yard lands. We've had a number of discussions internally around the Regina Revitalization Initiative, and that was a commitment of previous councils. It's been a commitment of this council. Obviously, the first phase, Mosaic Stadium, we can check that off. We have money to invest in the rail yards, but I think we do need to look at it in a broader, you know, what's the next priority project in terms of where there's an opportunity. And if it's affordable housing, does that fit in the rail yard lands, or does it fit in the Taylor Field neighborhood? So we need to take a look at it in terms of how does that whole district come together, and we've started to have those conversations internally as administration.
Okay, and my final question through the chair is, so do you think we're jumping the gun a little bit here? Just that we need to have a conversation with REAL, we need to have a conversation with the warehouse, with downtown, with Saskatchewan Drive, that whole partners within, do we have to have a conversation to how this is going to roll out, to look that at this time, or are you saying that we will lose these dollars if we don't move forward through the chair?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, your worship, there's lots of conversation in the community. When Evraz placed it, it's Evraz 2.0, they had consultations with the community. I know that both the warehouse and the downtown have had conversations with their boards and conversations with the community. I think people recognize that we need to come together as a community and take a look at a holistic plan as to what is the plan, what are the priority investments, and how do they support each other. The work at the yards, I don't think we need to stop that work and not make the investment to be able to accomplish that other need, which is let's get everyone in a room, let's start to plan, let's come up with a holistic approach to how we move forward. As I've said, the investment in the yards, I think, really positions the yards as an opportunity for private investment at a time when our economy rebounds. So I would say we shouldn't stop. We do risk the federal and provincial investment, and I think we'll have an opportunity to do the bigger plan at the same time as we're advancing and progressing in terms of setting the stage for what the future of the rail yards will look like.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shandy. Councilor Murray.
Thank you very much. Through you, Your Worship, I'm very optimistic about this plan, and I have been for 4 years now. I think what's important we need to do is get moving on it. We need to do something. There's lots of things we can do, regardless of an end goal being sustainability. So that leads me to my main question is, if we as a council or future council prioritizes sustainability within the rail yards or within Taylor Field, which we have, does that happen at this point, or does that happen once development starts? Like if we need to, for example, want green roofs zoned in that area and gray water retention as examples, do we have to do that now, or can that come as we go?
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, so I think Council has been very clear with respect to what it sees as its vision with respect to this property, with respect to sustainability, environmentally friendly, etc. As Mr. Holden's mentioned, this right now is a policy document at a high level. We're currently working on urban and sustainability guidelines that will really come forward then as part of the concept planning process, and that will come forward to Council here at a future point in time, which starts getting into the detail, and it is there that you will see more detail and vision around some of the sustainability guidelines, the environmental piece, etc. So that work is underway, and we will be coming back to Council with more detail on that.
Okay. So within the development of the plan and the concept artwork that we've seen, should councillors get concerned about the height of buildings, or is that something that's adaptable as we go?
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, so that's a concept that's in the neighborhood plan. That is not necessarily what it'll look like, that you'll have 15, 16-story buildings. Again, what the plan does is if the market in the future dictates that there is that kind of a need and a private investor believes that that type of an investment would be appropriate, the plan allows for that. If the market does not dictate buildings of that height, then you won't see buildings of that height built. There's some minimum and maximum standards there. So what that site will actually look like in 20, 25 years, we'll probably guarantee I won't look at like some of the conceptual drawings you see in the neighborhood plan, but be within the guideline.
Great, thank you very much. I support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you.
Okay, you got 5 minutes, Councilor Flagel. I'll tell you when you're close to your time.
Yeah, thanks. I guess what I'm wondering about is in other developments, and not always just in, this is not residential, it is not different things. From the administration's point of view, when does the city actually start to buy in and lead the charge and take some land and do what we maybe should do for the community and not just for development? Because if I listen to what happened at the last open house, nobody that I spoke to and stood around there for an hour was saying anything positive about it. They're saying it's going to kill downtown. It's going to, and Councilor Bresciani talked about vacancy rates. Nothing seems to have changed. And why would we pursue something that is, is the downward trend that nobody's going to be wanting to go after? So my question is, in a lot of cases, there are times when a city buys in and starts. We have not started anything in 7 years. This land has been empty we've been dealing with it for 5, as Mr. Cazellas mentioned. Why wouldn't we look at doing something initiative to start to draw people to the area, get them downtown, get them into the area, build that pedway, even though it might take 5 days to get across it, the way Councillor Hawkins was saying. but do it in a sense of build it so that you can have things going in there. And I'm not just saying my plan that I threw out there a while ago to everybody. I'm talking about getting people to the area, getting them down there, as opposed to a one-off, like I'm hearing is going to happen. We're going to build one building, and a developer is going to buy a half an acre of land, and he's going to build another building, and it's going to fit in the plan, but it's going to take time. Why don't we take the initiative and put something there for other people to want to go, wow, look at this, we're going to get involved. Let's start to create our own economic development plan, as opposed to waiting for the economics of Canada, Saskatchewan, Regina, the world to change. Just a comment on why we wouldn't look at doing some buy-in from the administration, please. Thank you.
Mr. Lacey.
Worship. So I think it's been mentioned previously, this is really phase 2 of a 3-phase plan with respect to the Regina Revitalization Initiative, the stadium being one, and now we've moved on to the yards properties. And so I think when we talk about making that $33 million investment, that investment into upgrading, beautifying Dudney Avenue, site remediation, and possibly looking at linkages to downtown, that is in part a civic investment being made into this property to position it for investment by the private sector. I think just given the nature of this site, for private sector to take it over and do some of those things to get it to a point where you can have development is quite challenging. And so that's one of the opportunities that the city has been provided here through its application through the Infrastructure Canada funding program and applying for this under brownfield, which speaks to contaminated sites where there might be some site remediation required. So one of the reasons we were successful in that funding application. So first off, I would say that this is part of the city making an investment that looking forward will position the city with respect to the broader, having a broader, vibrant city center. Secondly, certainly as we look outwards in the planning piece, the first part is the initial development of that site. We do recognize at some point in time, maybe there is some type of civic facility that might be appropriate on that site too. And we see that as a conversation for a different, for a future time, and an opportunity for us also to look for opportunities for other funding outside of the just the city in perhaps developing such a civic use facility. And I guess the third point I would make is that we have been having conversations with the warehouse bid with respect to interim use of this site. And so we've been talking and working very closely with them about their interest in what they would like to see on those lands, or a portion of those lands with respect to an interim use, recognizing that it's going to take some time before this site is fully developed, and those conversations are ongoing.
Thank you. Thanks for that. The $33 million to you, Mr. Mayor, is put there for us to spend. How much of that money is city money?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship. So the total funding commitment under that is $33.6 million. Each party provides a third of that. So the city's commitment's $11.2 million.
And where did that come from?
Through you, Your Worship, that funding originally came out of the Land Development Reserve. In the 2019 budget process, a significant amount of funding, I forget the number, it was in the range of $8 to $9 million, had been allocated in previous budgets to the Hawkstone development out of the Land Development Reserve. And the 2019 budget administration sought through that budget process, which council approved, reallocating that money, which originally came out of the Land Development Reserve, to fund our portion of the $11.2 million.
Thank you. The redevelopment, through you, Mr. Mayor, the redevelopment of Dudney Avenue, is that part of this OCP concept plan, or is that going to be a separate entity because it's a road network, not a urban plan? Is it two different things, or is it all going to be tied into one?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, so the neighborhood plan that's before council here for approval does envision enhancements, I call it beautification, of Dudney Avenue, and the $33.6 million, that enhancement work would be eligible for funding out of that $33.6 million.
Thank you. Do we have any idea how much the Dudney enhancement is going to cost us based on if that plan that's out there today was utilized, do we know how much of that 33 million it would use?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, we're still working through those details, and so we don't have any cost estimates for you on that currently.
Thank you. I guess what I'm a little concerned with, and if you look at neighborhoods that we develop and we build all these really nice roads and we do this, and then the construction people just wreck the heck out of the stuff and dirt and hit the curbs and wreck everything and the asphalt. I just wonder as a city, would we not be better to have some stuff going on in the yard, build it, and then go in and fix and then revitalize or beautify the streetscape? Because if you're going to be building and constructing on there, aren't you going to be wrecking what you think is pretty? Is there comments on that?
Through you, Your Worship, that's an excellent question, and that's in part of the conversation we're having internally as administration right now. We intend to do work to make significant enhancements to Dudney Avenue within that funding piece of $33.6 million. Part of the conversation we're having, though, is exactly that, is we don't want to build an entire beautiful street on both sides, north and south of Dudney Avenue, and then have development occur over the next 20 years on the south side and have significant damage to that infrastructure. So part of that conversation that we are having, and that's part of the detailed design work, is how do you phase that work? And it is a little bit of a chicken and egg thing. How do you do some work on Dudney Avenue in the first place that makes that location more attractive for private investment from what it is today? And we believe there is work that we can do to enhance Dudney Avenue to begin to attract and meet the vision that we have here for Dudney Avenue, but we are realistic in that we're going to have to phase it and be mindful there'll be significant development on the south side of that property, and so we need to be thoughtful about the infrastructure that we put in and what the timing of that is.
Thanks. One more quick thing. What's the crystal ball timeline to actually even start working on fixing up Dudney Avenue?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, it's our intent to be doing detailed design work over the next year and a half, as the land development branch administration officials had indicated. So, we could start work on that within the next 2 or 3 years. We do know that whatever work we want to do on Dudney Avenue within that $33.6 million funding envelope, we have to do before the end of 2028. But we will begin planning on that over the next 2 years here.
And just a quick comment is I sit on the board at downtown now, so I'll be talking to them, but I'm also going to reach out to Lisa Gibbons and tried to once already, but the office was closed. But I just think that this is a bigger picture and it's an entity on its own. And whether it's part of a greater plan is another thing. I know it's part of the RRI and phase 1 is done with the stadium. This was phase 2 and then Taylor Field was phase 3. So when we do all of these things, we need to just take a look at what's Dudney Avenue going on, and then build from there. So I'll leave judgment for this for right now. So I appreciate the call.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. We'll move on to Councillor Stevens.
My first question is for Councillor Hawkins. I share that commitment you have to the Renewable Regina commitment. Could you walk through what would make it an exciting plan from a renewable vantage point and an urban planning vantage point?
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, that's one of the things we're going to talk about in the Sustainability Conference. But I can think of some things. We know that during the life of this new subdivision, vehicles are probably all going to be electric. What does this plan have to say about that? We know that we have to think seriously about a separate greywater water system. That's the kind of thing I hope to be addressed in this plan. We know that solar energy and wind energy are going to be much, much more important part of the mix, and SAS Power is going to have to adapt to that too. What does that say about the kind of buildings that we have here? We know that there's talk about green roofs. What is the provision for green roofs, and how does that affect how tall or short you make your buildings? So, and we know in terms of sustainability that if people are going to live more closely together, they're going to need park space so they can exercise, so kids can play, and all those kinds of things. So those are all sustainability issues that are vision issues. It troubles me that I won't be around in 30 years to see all this, unless I'm very lucky or people are very unlucky. And you know, but I want to at least say that right from the get-go, with the first document that's before council, the planners were already thinking about this. I didn't see that in this document.
Okay, thank you. To those points then, through the chair, could we integrate that kind of planning and that kind of vision into the next step? So if we're thinking, for instance, of the infrastructure for gray water, for renewables, you name it, a net zero complex or community, is it too late? If we approve this plan now, is it too late for us to envision and actually develop it as they are in Edmonton and other cities as a net zero and renewable community?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, that certainly is part of what we will be looking at with respect to the design guidelines and the future work we're going to do here. I think we need to be thoughtful about how we go about undertaking that work. We want to, administration has heard loud and clear council's desire around those things that have been highlighted and talked about here. And so I think as we develop those guidelines and those directional documents, the one thing that we're going to have to balance is, at the end of the day, we are looking for private sector investment to build out the actual physical buildings. And so yes, there's work that we can do with respect to the civic and municipal infrastructure, and there's costs to that too, and I think those are part of future discussions that may have to happen. But I think secondly, we do need to be mindful that we need to push the envelope here as much as we can, but at the end of the day, we also need to make it feasible for the private sector to make the investments that we envision need to be made here to actually build out this site and meet our vision. And so I think it will be a balance that we will need to work through. I think we also need to be mindful that we're talking 15, 20, 30 years out. A lot can change in that time frame too. And so I think there needs to be the flexibility to be able to capture and incorporate that as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate the long term, but there's still a bit of a maybe in here. So we can reflect on our design, how we go down the renewable route, but there's no commitment to it. So I would just like to propose an amendment then. If we want to do this and we want to be serious about it, then I would suggest that the motion I would put before council is that the next stage of planning commits to a net zero renewable community. So this would be attached to this model, but the next step would make this a net zero renewable community. That's my amendment to this report.
Seconder for that? Councilor Hawkins? So in doing this, Councilor, you gotta explain what you mean by that, because that's a different kettle of fish than we've been talking about by the administration for years too.
So through the chair, I support this plan. I think it phases in, it invests in the community, but if we're going to be serious about the issues that we've committed to at council, then the next step of the planning should just actually commit to a renewable community. And net zero has a definition. It's a commitment to actually having a community that's built around different forms of power, sustainability, and I would leave it to administration to interpret that as the details come from the renewable conference. So the point is, I don't want to guess, I don't want to miss the boat. The commitment for the next step is to actually put into place what we decipher as the future of building cities from the Renewable Regina Conference. So there's a commitment to going down that road, but also it leaves it open as to what that would look like. I just want to make sure that the next stage of planning, if we pass this and I support it, actually goes a bit further and commits us to renewable.
Speakers on the amendment, I ask you to raise your hands because other people want to speak to the main motion. You want to speak on the amendment? Okay. Councillor Bryce, on the amendment?
Okay, thank you. So maybe if the mover, so if we are putting in a motion to commit to something that we have no idea what the price tag is, that's a pretty big commitment. So is there a way to modify the motion so that we actually know what we're committing to and the price tag attached to it? Through maybe, because if we don't know how much we're tax money we're spending, it's hard to commit to that. So is there a way of amending the motion to look into the cost as well as the commitment part, what all it entails?
Dr. Stevens?
I guess to administration, I mean, for me, we're committed to this or we don't, right? We're going to be renewable or we're not. So it's not a dollar sign that just drives it. It's a whole different way of thinking about planning. So to administration, as we carry on the next phase, if we pass this amendment, is there space to actually come back with reports?
Councillor Stevens, you actually can't do that.
Okay.
You're answering a question to Councillor Bryce. You can't ask the administration. It's through Councillor Bryce who has the floor. Councillor Bryce?
Okay, thank you. So I understand that it's not all dollar driven, but we're also keepers of the public money. So for us to be able to commit to something like a net zero community, I need to know what the implications of that are. So I will support this motion if it actually brings that dollar value forward, as estimated of course, and see what that commitment actually means. It's hard for me to support the motion as it's written because I don't want the taxpayers of Regina to have the open checkbook to pay whatever it takes to get there if we don't know what that is.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel, 3 minutes on the amendment. The floor is yours. You want to turn your, there you go. Good.
Is it on?
It's on.
Okay, I did the same thing and the camera didn't work last time I was told. So
on the amendment.
To the amendment, I'm going to just ask that, I guess what I'm trying to get at, I don't have a problem with this because I think that's sort of the direction that we're heading in a certain way with the city. But if we don't know what we're building and what happens if Councillor Hawkins had mentioned maybe no park space, and maybe we put a lot of park space there out of the 17 acres, and we got 3 acres of park space or open field or parking lot or outdoor activities on that thing. Do we put the pressure on the other 7 acres or 8 acres of land if we utilize it, or what would be the number you would be looking for in terms of the renewable? 100% of 50% of the land, if that's what it is, or are you just looking through the mover to the mover?
Councillor Stevens, you want to comment on that?
Could you repeat the last part of the question, please?
I'm looking to, sorry, thank you. I'm looking to, if we're looking at you want 100% renewal on the land, and what happens if none of the land is as it looks on that artist rendering that we've had out for the last 4 years? What if it's not like that at all when it comes forward? Do we just want to throw in some solar panels, and do we just want to put some green space, or like how do you foresee the numbers?
Councillor Stevens.
So we're talking about a high-level concept plan. Nothing is fixed at all. All I'm saying is that the next step, as we envision what this neighborhood plan will look like as it grows out, it will commit to sustainability net zero, period. So everything I expect will change except for the bigger concept of what goes in that land. But in addition to that, it's going to involve renewable.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's all I need to clarify.
Thank you. Other speakers to the amendment, Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much through the chair. So I've got a couple of questions and just a statement. So a few years ago, unanimously, we put our hands up and said we'll be a renewable city by 2050. Inherently, to me, that means that any new development going forward has to be net zero in order to achieve that goal. So I'm in support of that. My next question is actually for Ms. Harla directly. In Ottawa 2 years ago, we toured a net zero development. And this is around, the question is around, are developers willing to invest in net zero developments? How is it going in Ottawa? Have you heard anything about the Zibi development since our tour?
Ms. Harla.
Through you, Your Worship, so no, I don't have any up-to-date information.
Okay.
But definitely it does come down to making sure that the economics work and the social benefits and all of those things come together. So I think in this case, just as Councillor Stevens put forward, there is an opportunity as the design guidelines go forward.
Okay. And then my last question is that this amendment doesn't change any of the planning that we've currently done as of right now. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand we're having a sustainability conference here in May. And so my question is, do you anticipate that the result of that conference will be that you will come back with a report and a plan and a long-term vision for how this city might move forward toward our 2050 goal?
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, the sustainability conference and the outcomes of that are for us to put a framework in front of council by Q3. And the focus is the city operations, city facilities, city vehicles, our fleet, etc. An extension of that down the road would be a broader, sustainability goal for a community. But the framework will be around city and city taking leadership so that we can provide a demonstration of what's possible in our community. And I think really then stand up and be an example, and that should then encourage other organizations, entities within our city to follow the city's lead.
So will that begin to affect design guidelines and principles for buildings in the city, and when do you think that might happen?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, obviously that is a decision of council. At the end of the day, if you want to move to a net zero and you want to say net zero community, then obviously there are costs that developers have to incur in terms of achieving that. So, the conference and the outcome of the conference is a framework as to how the city can be seen as leaders. And I think at that point, then there is opportunity for council to consider other opportunities, whether that's through the regulations on the development side as to what we require for development and growth in our community.
So then what I'm hearing is that we will be learning a lot about sustainability. We will be learning a lot about what net zero might mean, and we'll be looking at the costs so that we can decide where we go with this, how we go with this, and what it will cost us to do that. Is that correct?
Holden.
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
All right. Well, given that that's going to happen, I'm not going to support this, not that I don't think it's a good idea, but I think we need to know a lot more about this, and I need to learn more, and I need to educate myself about it. And so therefore, I'm going to wait for this to happen, because it will happen, and the conference is coming in May. So it's not like it's way down the road. It's coming now. And so I will not support this for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Massanelli. Three
Thank
minutes
you.
on the amendment.
Through the chair, I just rise with a comment. I intended on supporting this amendment, and the reason being is that we don't know what net zero costs. I think this amendment will cause private companies to figure that out for us and find a price point that's attractive to the market to be able to bring this site up to the plan as roughly stated. To try to define that by company is innovation, and that's what we really need in our community. And in the future, we can always make adjustments as necessary. We can make adjustments after the conference as necessary. But to get this off the ground floor through this viewpoint, yeah, I want innovation in our city. I want someone figuring out a new way to do things, and I think this will bring that about. So I'm in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. I rise in support of this too. I think this is what we were struggling with. I think we wanted to see the community, when we first talked as a council, we talked about innovation. We talked about all of it being sustainable in different ways. I think this puts it on the map that we can, it's a starting point. Now, I think a great story for our conference is that we've dedicated this land in that way. Doesn't mean we're going to figure it all out right away, but it means that we're going to work towards that. The conference is also going to help us with that. But I think this is a good news story to get it started, and I think that it's going to be lots of great learning. As we said, this is going to be 20 to 30 years down the road. That'll meet the target of 2050, which we said we wanted to be a renewable city by 2050. So we have to start moving forward, so I absolutely support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berciani. Councillor Findura on the amendment.
The amendment, Your Worship. Thank you. As Councillor Bryce mentioned, there's always the issue with costing of anything that we do. So as long as we explain ourselves or citizens know what the costs are, we've been asked to do something, the 2050 initiative. But we're forgetting about composting, we're forgetting about recycling, waste, and all that. How is that going to fit into this project? I mean, we want to be renewable. Those are the three or more elements in that. How are we going to behave in that? I think we need to do some of that study as well in there. I've touched base with many cities around the world. I've touched base in England, one particular, where you have a hospital which whatever goes into incinerator, nothing goes to the ozone, and energy goes right back into the source that produces it. Would this be a blueprint for that? But again, I can see to put it on as a guiding, one of those guiding little sticks that are there, Your Worship, to say, no, let's look at that. But the concerns would be the costing of that, and I believe it's going to be both. The initial costs would be from the private sector developer, if my understanding goes that right. But then the question would be, because once this is built out, city will accept the ownership of it. That means the city then will accept the maintenance of it. And if we looked at, we don't know, which is kind of, but we need to talk about that. We have these issues when we accept a subdivision, which is after so many years. The oldest costs are related to the taxpayers of Regina. So we need to look at that ball is rolling to the future. So I can see, my name is on that 2050. But again, I was talking to the residents, they're talking about how it's being costing, the price of that, and who is going to be on the hook for that. Developers one thing, but afterwards, to making sure that we're managing that purse correctly, so we're not putting too much stress on the tax base and all that. So I can see that that's something that we can put on. I mean, I'm not sure if this is just going to be like an undertaking or this is something that administration is going to take forward. That would be the question. Your Worship.
Mr. City Manager.
So through Your Worship, specific to the amendment, committing to the next stage of planning that we become net zero, administration is going to go away. We're going to look at the implications of what that would mean to the city as the owner and to potential investors, the development community. We're going to bring that report back because we're going to need additional investment if we want to continue to make investments in municipal infrastructure for that site. And the comments around park space, whether it's a city facility that incents investment around it, we're going to need additional dollars. So we're going to bring the full conversation to council so that you go in with your eyes wide open in terms of, to achieve net zero, this is what it looks like. This is the implications to us, and this is to the implications to the development community if that's the direction that we move in. And I'm hearing clearly that is consistent with the 2050. We want to move in that direction, and we will look at obviously all of the waste minimization opportunities that go into achieving a net zero community. So it'll all be included in future reports that we bring to council for consideration.
Okay, then Your Worship, I should have asked the...
Got about 30 seconds left in your...
30 seconds, that's it. The money for that particular with the amendment, is it going to come from the 33.6? So because there's money earmarked already there from the province and the federal and ours, is that coming from there? Or is that extra, Your Worship?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, I just see this as being the next step of planning that is going to occur on this project. That has to occur anyhow. And so the 33.6 million has specific eligibility criteria associated with it. I here today can't say specifically whether that would be funded directly out of the 33.6 or not. What I can tell you, this planning work has to occur regardless to move this development work forward.
Okay, great. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Massanelli, can you take the chair? Do you now speak to? I think you spoke to the amendment, did you not? Oh, you answered the question. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Councilor Hawkins, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is a moment to screw our courage to the bone. Read what it says, planning, commit. Next stage of planning, commit to. If we find out, as the city manager has pointed out, that it is going to be hugely expensive to commit, then we can deal with that information. But for right now, as some of the speakers have said, we've got to kickstart this. And that's what this motion does. It kickstarts this. So for that reason, I think we should move ahead. We're not going to be foolish about this. One other thing, it costs money not to commit to becoming a net zero community. That's the whole point about the environmentally sustainable movement. If we go on like we're going, it'll cost us hugely. This is a way that suggests perhaps we can plan our way out of that dilemma. It's worth the investment to do that planning now. Of course we'll have to get it right, but this is a commitment to start down that process, and I'd urge councillors to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Councilor Massanelli, you could take the chair, please. Thank you. I certainly support the spirit and the intent of the motion. But I must say that I'm concerned about the costing, what this does to the private sector, their ability to engage and do this. So I want to take steps at a time, I think is important. So I'm going to suggest a wording change that might hopefully make this unanimous, although it may not, of course. So I would see something of us moving toward a sustainable community as defined by the conference or following the principles of a sustainable community, because I think that net zero sends a different signal. We're going to learn a lot from this conference coming up this year. And I'm not making an amendment to the clerk. I'm just suggesting this to the mover of the motion. That's the terms under which I will support the motion. I want information from the Sustainable Community Conference. I want to learn more. Kickstarting, as Councillor Hawkins said, I completely agree. So it's a wording issue. The term net zero, I think, is a conclusion that may come from information that we receive as we educate ourselves as a community what it means in Regina's case. So it's a nuance, I think, that is enough for me to say I won't support, if the term remains net zero, I won't support the motion. I would support it if it is that we move toward a sustainable community as defined by the principles in the conference, following the principles of sustainability. I would agree with that. To me, that is more of a practical sense. That may end up being, Mr. Deputy Mayor, net zero. I'm not going to preclude that. But my starting point is that we have a conference that is gathering information in some incredibly interesting ways. And let's learn from that first. Then let's talk about, we take that information and we use this land as a petri dish to grow that concept that we come out of it. So I just want to take one step at a time. We're going to walk with the private sector who's going to be at that conference, who's going to be sharing what they've done in other communities, other areas of the world, and say this is what we can do in urban centers. I want that information first before I say net zero. So if the mover wants to make a change in that regard, I will support it. If he doesn't, then I'll vote against it. Councillor Stevens?
I'm pretty committed to the language simply because we committed as a council to becoming renewable.
But
Period.
net zero and just,
Again, I appreciate the concern, but I'm pretty committed to this. If you want to change it to a renewable community, but again, we committed to become 100% renewable by a timeline. This aligns with that and takes it to the next step. I don't know how that's going to be. What I know is the conference is going to map out how we do that, and that's up to administration to decipher, but the end goal is still the same. So I appreciate the concern.
you've closed debate on that, so I'm going to call the question. Yep.
Councillor Stevens, as you've moved the amendment, I will start with you. Councillor Murray? Councillor Bresciani? Councillor Young?
Against?
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Bryce? Councillor Mancinelli? Councillor Findura? Councillor Flagel?
In favor.
And Mayor Fougere.
Against.
And that is 7-3 in favor of the amendment, Your Worship.
Good. Okay, back to the main motion as amended. I think Councillor Bryce, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I do think that this project is exciting for our city. I think it's not only generational, but multi-generational. So I still think that excitement is around there. Sometimes there are some boring parts or some pretty dry parts of reports that come forward that kind of have to come forward to set out that path. And then we do the next steps that make it exciting and see that vision come to life. So to me, this is still an exciting, it's not very often that a city gets to repurpose center of their city. And here we have that opportunity. We want it to be exciting. We want it to have all of those things that our community talked about. The garden, the farmer's market's been mentioned, a community space, green space, things for the future that other communities, not just here in Canada, have done, but throughout the world to make it exciting and futuristic and all of that. We have to remember, though, as I said, we are in charge of the public purse, so we also have to look at that part. But we're in the planning stages, so to me this is still exciting. As I said, right now it's some of the dry stuff, but I think that we're going to get there. So I don't want us to take away from the excitement of having this opportunity to redevelop this space right in the middle of our city. So it's been brought up about bringing a grocery store or the farmer's market, or we have the opportunity as a council to provide incentives or de-incentivize things, whether the community wants it something there or not. So we've talked about a grocery store in this type of space in this area for ever since I've been on council, actually. So we have ways of incentivizing that, and there's costs that come with that. So if that's what we want in this space, although it's done with private investment, we have the opportunity to make that incentive favorable, so hopefully somebody does come forward and put a grocery store and the like down in that space. We also can put restrictions of what we feel is not good for our community there. So whether it be the height of the building, whether it be whatever we feel is not good. So I think that I don't want to lose that excitement that we have this opportunity for, because it is, as I said, I may not be here either when it's actually dug and that first building goes up. Who knows? Who knows what tomorrow brings in the development world? And we'll do what we can to put in place. I know it was brought up about why do the changes to Dudney Avenue before we actually do this, because trucks may be in and out. Hey, ultimately, it could be 20 years before this is done. So that road will need to be repaired within 20 years anyways. So I think we need to do what we need to do for Dudney Avenue to make it safe, attractive, and that people want to go there without waiting for all of this to happen. So if we as a community felt that we want something specific, then that's up to us to put the money forward to actually make that happen. So if we think that we want this and no developer wants to come in and we want to see it happen, then that's up to us as a council to make those decisions based on our budget that we have to make those things happen. So if we want a community center there, we look at we've done lots of planning with transit, we've done lots of planning with recreation. So we know what our needs are within the city. So if we want to invest in this space, that's a decision that we as a council make. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Fundura, you are next to speak on the main motion as amended. The floor is yours.
Still there you go. We're on. Thank you, Worship, to you. What I'm hearing is that the $33.6 million has been earmarked for this. We have to spend it by 2028. What that tells me is we can't turn it around. We can't do nothing else because the money's been earmarked for this specific spot. So if this doesn't pass, doesn't go, what happens? That's the question, to your worship. There could be a chance that this is not going to pass. What do we do then?
Ms. Howlack.
Through you, Your Worship, so if it is not passed, then it would have to go back to the drawing board, and they'd have to look at their plans and then resubmit a new planning application. Because if it doesn't get approved, then it doesn't move forward from a regulatory perspective.
Okay, so then through your worship, so then the report or ask again will be brought to the council to try again, or you have to go to the federal government, province. What's the road? What's the road?
Through you, Your Worship. No, then the applicant would have to go away and would have to look at the plan and make adjustments and go through the process again.
Okay. Okay. So, Your Worship, we're looking at to amend the OCP to make things this yard lands or yard neighborhood to move along as the OCP talks about things. And there was a comments made through the council saying that we need to have everybody on the same page from downtown, warehouse district, the yards, the rail, all those. So passing this, just so I can feel comfortable that it's going to happen, when those conversations would go, because this is already money is earmarked, this passes, this goes, what's our next stages on where do we go from here with doing a discussion about making sure that is this the right choice, this is the right place to be putting money into, because we heard the conversation about Saskatchewan Drive. We've got other things that we're doing. Is the conversation going to start getting the 4 or 5 different entities together? Your Worship.
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship. So the conversations have started. There have been numerous conversations between REAL and various entities. There's been conversations with some of the bids and members of council. I think there is a real need in the community to take a look at a comprehensive approach to how we would look at planning in that district. We have in a future report that we'll be bringing a request for council to look at providing some direction to move in that direction. Right now, we would need direction from council to make that a planning priority, but there's definitely recognition from many players in the community that that is an absolute need, and we can't wait. We need to advance that in fairly short order.
Your Worship, I just want to say this is we've been about 2.5 hours, just about 2.5 hours at this, so this must be exciting. So at least the community, our residents listening to this, this is a good debate. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Mastinelli, could you take the chair, please?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I am excited about this. This has been a long time coming. The vision of previous council, previous mayor, others who talked about how we can animate and activate the very heart of our downtown. And so while it doesn't have the bells and whistles that Councillor Hawkins talked about, and I can appreciate that discussion, it is at its very earliest stages, not talking about what a building looks like or where it's going to be, whether we're going to have a farmer's market or grocery store or green roofs or parks, where they're going to be. These are just ideas, bubbles on a piece of paper to say these are the kind of priorities we've heard from the public. Now we're asking council, what do you say about that? This has always been, the RI, a 20-year project. It was never meant to be happening today or tomorrow. We knew in previous councils that the stadium was going to be the first leg. That was the part that instigated the whole concept of the RI. We also knew that the vacating of the old Taylorfield lands was an opportunity, and that's another discussion for another day about a residential neighborhood, 700 housing units with parks, those kinds of things. That back in that vernacular 4 years ago, 5 years ago. But the next step is the rail lands. So I want to thank the administration for doing its work. It's not hard to put this together. It's difficult, and getting here today is really good. We've made, I think, an improvement to ensure concept of sustainability are embedded in the process. That's very positive. So it's a clear message to everyone today that this is a priority for this council and our community, and that's a good thing. But we're seeing, Mr. Deputy Mayor, some other developments happening, other activities happening that I would say want to refocus the RI, just sort of make it or update the concept behind that. So members of council have seen an amendment I'm going to ask you to put on the screen right now that's going to ask that we do the kind of things that the city manager just spoke about just a moment ago, formalizing a more comprehensive approach between REAL, the Business Improvement District, the Warehouse District, and advance what I would call, and others have called, a city center district that really raises this up to a bigger conversation about, so what do we do first? Is it REAL? Is it Saskatchewan Drive? Is it actually going to be the rail lines or something else? So the motion I have before you, and I hope I can get a seconder for that. Thank you.
Councillor Bray.
Talks about creating a connectivity between Alvarez Place, the rail lands, Taylor Field, RD Bid, and warehouse neighborhoods in a conversation we all can talk about together. So we don't miss opportunities at Alvarez Place. We don't miss an opportunity with RD Bid that could happen. That we have these conversations to ensure we get it right, we stage them right, we have the right priorities in the right time in the right place. So for me, I'm hoping that members of council will support this amendment and begin this overlay, this comprehensive approach that brings the players together. So I know members of council have been talking, and I have too, well, what is our priority? Now we just talked about Saskatchewan Drive. What about that connectivity between Alvarez Place and the downtown? Where does that fit into our planning process? So I think having a district will frame this discussion in a way that provides creativity, creates a sense of urgency, creates a sense of optimism that we're going to move forward on really developing our downtown, our city center in the broadest sense. That is Alvarez Place, Taylorfield, the old Taylorfield site, the connectivity for downtown over to Alvarez Place, and other things that we may talk about that I don't even know about yet, we don't know about yet over time. So I'm hoping that members of council will support this. It is consistent with the RRI. I know Councillor Stevens mentioned this privately about, is this really the same thing? It's probably a reinvigoration of it. And I don't think we necessarily thought at the time of the RRI was moving forward, we would have the kind of intense planning that we're seeing at Alvarez Place, which is really positive. It's very, very good. And we're seeing a different pair of glasses to look at the rail lands now that we didn't see 5 years ago. And who knows what else we'll see in the coming years. So I'm going to ask the members of council to support this. And I know that the report talks about a report back in the second quarter of this year that will talk about how to implement this, what are the terms of reference, and so we can get going. So I still have time left on Mr. Deputy Mayor on my main time to speak, but I'd ask that on this amendment that we have a discussion.
Okay, with that, I only have one mic flashing for the main motion. Do I have any speakers to the amendment? Councillor Stevens, I believe you were first.
Great, thank you. Appreciate this coming forward. My understanding is this is already being done. In fact, there is a website that seems to have done this already. It kind of encapsulates all this. So is this to suggest that the planning and the integration into the OCP, the coordination of these various community plans, they don't talk to each other?
To you, Deputy Mayor. So what this is getting at is doing an overall plan that links them all together, and someone said it this week, it kind of knits all of it together to be more cohesive, because these are all very distinct areas within our city, and they're all important to the redevelopment of the city core. And so it's important that they're working collaboratively together, and what's the connectivity going to look like for these areas, and how are they going to work together. And so an overarching plan like this will help bring that all together to define uses that are compatible and what each area is really going to focus on. And I think it's important that we have that, because as we move forward with seeing these areas develop, what we want to have is clear direction on how each of those areas are going to develop in a complementary way and not a competitive way, so that we can grow the city center and grow the city in a comprehensive way.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, my understanding is that's already done, and it's called the official community plan. So we have neighborhood plans, but the OCP connects us together. Am I wrong in that assumption?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So you're absolutely right. The OCP is the overarching policies that are high level, that talk about density, what we want to see, all of those things. It talks about getting that 10,000 in the city center core. But as you said, neighborhood plans go down to a different level. The OCP doesn't talk about this parcel of land having these land uses, this parcel of land connecting this way to this parcel of land. So it's a different level of detail. I always say the OCP is at the 50,000, and as we move down to neighborhood plans, it moves to the 30, and then concept plans go down, and then you got your actual development where you're the lot and the building and where it's going to go. So this is where it's going to take that overarching look at more of that deeper dive into some of the level, or the how the sites are going to develop, that the OCP can't do right now.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, we're looking at an eight-year horizon for many of the community plans. This is projecting a couple months. So are we derailing some of those other community plans, some of which have yet to be developed, the updating? Or is this now prioritizing that and kicking everything else down to the list?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is really bringing the partners together that right now have an interest in their respective plans. So we have Real, obviously, that is looking at a strategic plan and a longer-term site plan and what that will look like, and they'll be presenting that to council in February. Obviously, we have both the warehouse and the downtown bids, and they're here today, as well as the administration and our plans around what we're doing on the yards and what we are doing on the Sass Drive corridor, and all of the connections in between. This really, on the direction of council, says, let's create a mechanism to bring this group together. So what we're bringing in is a terms of reference as to what would be the best way to get everyone in a room and have the conversation so that we are moving forward collectively with a shared vision of how we advance this type of development and growth in our community. It's not that long ago when we first talked about the yards, that the downtown had concerns. What is going to be done? Is it going to detract from the downtown? Is it going to take away from the downtown? Why would you build those types of things? So, I think there's been a lot of movement through conversation with all of the players. And, the EVRAS 2.0 and the collaboration and consultation they did, they had 6,000 touch points out with the community. Those are conversations that brought partners together, including the airport authority, including the university. So this is really a community conversation that, to me, allows us to really move on the existing neighborhood plans. Yes, we have neighborhood plans that are yet to be undertaken and need to be refreshed. And I am aware of the community website that really talks about exactly this. So what's been happening is lots of conversation in the community, lots of excitement in the community, but really the city needs to take the leadership to bring everyone together so that we can look at this in a holistic way and bring recommendations to council, because at the end of the day, what happens at Real and Everett's Place, what happens in the yards, it's all city-owned land.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So in this motion, this is something that I think we've all been talking for a long time, and I think, Chris, we just had this conversation last week, but the intent was that I think the city administration was already moving in this direction. So this motion coming today, is it needed? Like, is it something that pushes it forward and gets it on the agenda, or was this something administration was already working on? Through the chair?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we've been having conversations. It's not new on the floor of council today. What the motion does is really gives direction to the administration to go out in the community and take some leadership to formalize the process of bringing people together. So we've been talking about it in the background. We've been talking about it with partners. But this now prioritizes it for us, and we bring the terms of reference. It will then indicate to council, to work on a district plan may require us to slow down some other activities that we've been directed by council to undertake. And that may make perfect sense, because this is so important in terms of the future of our community.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor, I want to ask, how would this be facilitated? Would an independent facilitator be brought in to help facilitate this measure? Through the chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So there will be, as we go through the terms of reference, we'll talk about that in terms of, and that's what we want to talk about with our partners. As the city manager said, it would be a city-led thing with our partners, and we would look at that. So the planning department would play a large facilitative role, but we'll also look at what other resources we need, and we'll bring that forward when we bring the Q2 report back.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I just friendly, I would suggest an independent facilitator, someone who can come in and listen to everybody, rather than the city having to be the head and then the others come around. I think an independent, so everybody's being heard. And I agree that, yes, it's to complement one another, but I think it would be very healthy to have someone else outside facilitating. Thank you, and I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I support this. More conversation here is better than less. More coordination in particular is better than less. We know that Riel is going to bring to us something at the end of February, which looks, I think, like a plan. And they're going to need answers in fairly short order in all probability. And this will help facilitate that. So one of the things that's attractive to me about this motion is the fact that it's for the end of Q2 2020. And I think we should make it clear to the participants that they're not to engage in a 1 year and a 2 year conversation. This has a deadline. We need their input by that deadline to get our work done. So I support this. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Thinking back to the start of this, it was one big, huge revitalization project, which goes back several years. And one of the things about major, huge change is that you have conversations when the time has come and you're ready to have those conversations. And if you try to have them before you're ready, you don't know enough, people haven't thought about it, you would waste your time. This is the perfect time to have this conversation. And so I'm going to support this. I think that people have enough ideas about what they want to do. They're seeing things they want done. And so now is the time to bring everybody together and have some kind of a mechanism for that conversation to continue as we move forward on all of those projects. So I'm going to support this.
Thanks, Councillor Young. Mayor Fougere, would like to close the debate?
you're fine.
Okay, with that, I'll call the
Excuse
vote.
me, excuse me, I asked to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Flagel, I didn't know you were waiting in the queue to speak. Please feel free to go ahead. You can speak now. Oh, wait. We have no sound. You got your mute on?
How's that?
Oh, there you are. Good to go.
Thank you, sorry. There's been conversations and just some stuff was talked about today about, there's never been a secondary plan. Well, it's always been Dudney Avenue has been number 2 on the list. Stadium, Dudney Avenue, and then Taylor Field. And I think in my what I've seen, I think we dropped the ball. I think we had an opportunity 3 or 4 years ago to put something into play, and we chose to change direction or whatever we ended up doing. So I guess what I'm wondering about, if I could ask the mover, what's the motivation behind bringing this motion forward now as opposed to a year ago or 6 months ago?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think a year ago, it wasn't quite as pressing in terms of the development of Alvarez Place when they did 2.0. That wasn't necessarily happening. It was beginning. This council has talked about, we got a lot of projects happening, and they're on our lands that we own, and we should coordinate those. Now we have Saskatchewan Drive as another example. We talked about the connectivity between Alvarez and downtown. I think it's timely because we're looking at the OCP amendment to talk about the rail lands. So this is a way to coordinate our resources, to streamline our process for development, and ensure that we seize the opportunity so that when we have, again, coming up in Alvarez Place, what they're going to do, what they're going to suggest, its impact on the city's resources. So the idea of having this motion to go forward is to coordinate imminent developments that are going to happen, the timing of it, the staging of it, the resourcing of them, to have a comprehensive approach so we can have a formalized process. Right now it's informal, and it raises question on council. Many councils are talking about this, and in our last executive committee meeting and priors and plan, we talked about this directly. So it is, in my view, timely, and I hope that everyone supports it.
Thanks. I was wondering, as the RD bid and downtown and the warehouse district, have they ever had conversations with Real about connectivity? Does anybody know?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, recently, within the last month, Tim Reed, CEO of Real, has made presentations to both the warehouse board and the Real board, the Real board, warehouse and the downtown RDB, those boards, in terms of the proposed plans that they're thinking about bringing forward to council. And there's been lots of conversations around the need to make sure that there is connectivity, conversations with city administration as well. So definitely there has been those conversations, and there has been interest in moving forward with this type of a planning initiative.
Thanks. And this could be to the mover or the administration. I'm wondering about who is going to head up this committee, or are we going to set up an advisory committee where we're going to have stakeholders only, or are we going to involve councillors? Are we going to involve administration? Because we don't want something that's swayed council way. We don't want something that's swayed totally developer way, or RD Bid or downtown or Evraz or every other interest group that's out there. So my question is if we're going to spend, I don't know, what's the study? I guess my question is, how much is this study going to cost us in terms of people hours, staff hours, outside costs? What's it going to cost us to have a report to maybe come back and tell us, well, we're kind of guessing at this, but we think it might be this. But what's it going to cost us to get that kind of an answer?
Ms. Hurlick?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So part of that will be our exploration with our partners as we move forward with creation of a terms of reference, and we'll look at the steering committee, how that's made up, how that all goes forward. It is city-led though, so we'll have all of that put together. Obviously, we would take into consideration the facilitator that's very good advice, and then we would bring the report forward, which would talk about costs and timing and all of those sorts of things. So that would come in the Q2 2020 report.
So the cost analysis would be how much? How much do we figure it would cost us to bring that back to priorities and planning, or wherever it would come back to?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's hard for me to give a ballpark until we know exactly the scope and those things. We'd also be looking to our partners to see if they have funding and those sorts of things. So those are the conversations we want to have. I mean, typically a larger like neighborhood plan can be upwards of $100,000, depending on if you're doing it in-house or if you're hiring consultants. The costs vary because we're doing all of our neighborhood plans in-house, that's staff time and those things. So those are all the things that we'll take into consideration as we move forward and as we work out the terms of reference, so we can give a more accurate depiction of the staff time, what it'll take, the resources if we're hiring consultants, and then, but we need to have conversations with our partners to get all of that information put together.
Thank you. The $33 million, Acting Deputy, the $33 million is earmarked for Dudney Avenue and the land there. If it changes to a district, can the federal and provincial governments pull that money out because it's not what they said it was?
Ms. Harlick, can I answer that? Just to give you a heads up, Councillor, you're running low on your time. Ms. Harlick?
Okay.
Mr. Lacey, sorry.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, as I understand this conversation is going, we're talking about a broader district or area with respect to the actual development of the yards neighborhood and those lands. I do not anticipate that would impact the $33.6 million in funding that's dedicated to that defined area.
Thank you. One last thing is I do believe that we should, if I'm okay with the motion in a sense, but I think what we're missing is the fact that we have interest groups that are already there that have expressed concern for 5 years. And now we're going to change it and get them all back in the room. But now we're going to put administration and city and hopefully city council. I personally would rather see those 5 groups plus some interest groups from within the community get together, come back to us, and then say, hey, this is what we feel is necessary. And from that point, administration then takes that information and puts a report together and then comes to us. We're kind of putting the cart before the horse in a lot of ways because we have no idea what's out there. And why don't we have the stakeholders tell us what's out there, tell us what's maybe needed and what's wanted, and then bring it back to us. And because to me, this is a bit of a stall tactic we've already got a bunch of stuff going on. Tim Reed's got like all kinds of stuff going on there.
If you could draw it together for us, please.
Thank you. And I believe that he's got a lot of things going on. There's life at Dudney Avenue, and now we're going to put a stall on this and wait and see what's going on. I'm not sure. I wish we could amend it again, so I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. I see no other commenters, so I guess it's time to call the vote. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passed. Sure. Mayor Frugere.
Quickly, again, I just see this as a very exciting opportunity. With the 2 amendments, I think we strengthened a great initiative for our city. It speaks to the future, speaks to opportunities, speaks to revitalizing our downtown, revitalizing and connecting to other initiatives in our downtown. So this is a great decision we're making. Hopefully we'll have this main motion passed. I would ask that members of council support this with the amendments. It's a long-term vision that was created a few years ago. This is updating the RRI and looking forward to seeing some concrete action and coordination of our resources to make this even better. Thank you. Councillor Young, you want to close debate?
Remember people really being excited about the Pedway, and that happened a long time ago. So I know some people asked today for numbers of people that have been involved in the engagement all along, and maybe with something this big and this long, we need a timeline, so that every time we look at something, we see this is where we are in the timeline, this is what we've done so far, because we have done a lot. And if you read the policy that was put before us, it's a multi-use, pedestrian-oriented urban environment, including residential, commercial, retail, and services, office, civic, and parks. And what it doesn't want is gas stations, automobile travel, drive-through restaurants, light industrial. So what it does is paint a picture for people who might be interested in developing part of this land that the city owns, of here's a kind of a big, broad picture of what might be in here. And none of the buildings that are there now are there because we're going to build them. They're only there to show the kinds of things that might happen. It also provides us with what we need to be able to apply for more government funding. So we have to have this on the books to be able to do that. And without it, if we're not ready to do that, then that takes more time and we lose that chance. So this is as Ms. Horlock said, it's at the 30,000 foot level, and when you see a concept plan come forward, you're going to be able to talk about all those things that were really important that you want to see, and that's the time to do that. So Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You have closed debate, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Flagel?
I'm in favor, yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. So just as a reminder, we do have a new time we're meeting. Our next break is a 30-minute break at 6 p.m. So we'll move on to another amendment to the community plan. Wilma staff is our next delegation. Staff, for the record, if you identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of City Council. I'm Wilma Staff. I'm here on behalf of myself and some of my neighbors. As cited in the Design Regina, the official community plan, a complete community has a distinctive character, identity, and sense of place. Accordingly, the plan aims to ensure that this key characteristic, fundamental to Regina's current and future built form, civic identity, and culture, is preserved and that existing neighborhoods are strengthened. The Arnheim-Assiniboia Place's collection of house forms, including the enclave of World War II veterans' homes clustered around Holland Park, are typical of their period in time. This historic illustration of middle and working class homes dating from the early 1900s makes this neighborhood unique. Since the late 1800s to the present, arts and crafts style homes have been popular throughout North America. Homes in Arnheim-Assiniboia Place neighborhood overwhelmingly exemplify this style. Craftsman homes include bungalows, prairie style, four square, and a sub, which is four square minimal, and mission revival. These house forms can be found throughout the neighborhood. They include 1930s hip roof gabled, 1940s and 50s CMHC design style bungalows, 1940s World War II veterans homes, and 20th century postmodern. Newer infills from 1950 to 2016 are almost all adaptations of craftsman style bungalows. Exceptions are often newer side-by-side 2 stories. These period-specific infills fit with the character of this neighborhood. Combined with its historical character, the area is a valuable asset for low-income residents, as it provides a range of affordable housing for renters, seniors, and those with special needs. Regina's infill housing guidelines incorporated into the new zoning bylaw state infill guidelines prioritize the fit and compatibility with neighborhood dwellings. Zoning bylaw 9250 states the objective is to encourage the maintenance, conservation, renewal of existing housing. renewal of many older homes has been undertaken at considerable cost to the owners. In 2015, after a home was demolished and a 50-foot lot severed, two massive infills that intrude into the prevailing front yard appeared at 725 and 729 Broadway Avenue. Since then, several 33-foot high infills have been constructed in the area. Two of those structures close to the Science Center and Wascana Park are grotesque. One, given a permit to build at 2676 Atkinson Street, was built at 2670, which is a tied parcel of 6.32 meters. That violates the 7.5 meters in the zoning bylaw. These massive structures block the sun and destroy the solar power option for adjacent homes. That the city considered these massive buildings to be compatible with the existing built form suggests a disregard for or a failure to understand the OCP policies. High-density residential development should, as stated in Goal 2.7, be directed to the city center, existing urban centers, and corridors. Confining densification to these areas with a transition will eliminate sun blocking and the loss of privacy for nearby neighbors. The requirement to preserve the character and identity of the unique Arnheim Place neighborhood is embodied in Intensification Goal 2.8 that requires intensification in built or approved neighborhoods to be compatible with existing built form. Realization of that goal and to ensure compatible built form for new homes requires the establishment of architectural controls for the area. I'm asking that the Arnheim-Assiniboia Place segment of the L. Ritchie Neighborhood Plan be placed under architectural controls.
You've got about 30 seconds left in your time.
Pardon?
You have 30 seconds left on your time to speak.
Oh, well, I suppose what I might want to add is that when council accepted the new official community plan in 2012, the first thing that popped into my mind where it was far too nebulous was what is a complete community? I live in a complete community. There are hospitals, schools, high schools, stores. We talk as neighbors. We meet on the street. We walk our dogs. We're a cohesive community. We are a complete community.
I'll have to stop you, just your
Sure.
time is up, but I know there are
I just wanted to
questions.
make that clear. We're a complete community.
Absolutely, understood, and Councilor Fundura has a question for you.
Sure.
Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. To you. So I'll start first by saying, is there something else that you missed? Then I have a few more questions afterwards. Is there something
No,
else that you
actually,
wanna-
that's my presentation, and all
Okay.
the rest of it is for information, which I'm sure members of council have looked and read, so looked at and read.
So, and you, to your worship, you're asking for architectural control district. So when you're talking about some of the houses that were built, I drove through there, look at that. Was the interpretation of the OCP, what's a complete neighborhood is, how the OCP states, was their interpretation wrong? What happened, what went wrong that all of these houses were built in the neighborhood? I drove through it. It's just massive buildings there, to your worship.
Well, they're not compatible. And there was nothing in the official community plan, and as you know, the zoning bylaw clearly stated that the homes had to be consistent with the homes that were in the area. That did not happen. That's a breach, a violation of an official community plan, which is also a breach of the Planning and Development Act 2007. Section 40 of that plan states clearly, once you have an official community plan, you must follow it. It's a bylaw. And this city has not followed its bylaw. I stood here before and I said that. I said it in 2017. And part of why we've come to this position where we have these ugly infills, when you incentivize builders, my ex-husband was a builder, when you incentivize development by giving grants and tax exemptions, what you do is encourage the development community to build. That's what they're here for. That's their priority. And they built everywhere. And if the planning department and the building department did not force them to comply with the zoning bylaw. 9250 was as clear as the new one. You have to comply with and build according to what's in the neighborhood. And the OCP said the same. And when you talk about complete neighborhoods, what's a complete community? Like, I never got a definition of a complete community ever. I'm sitting there, as I listened in 2012, when this was unveiled and the high-level priorities, and I'm going, well, what's a complete neighborhood? I bet you there's nobody in this council can tell me what's a complete neighborhood. I think my neighborhood's complete. I've got everything. So why am I having these things pushed into my neighborhood that are destroying the character, the integrity, and the fabric of my neighborhood?
Thank you. Your Worship,
Councilor Dura?
the OCP has been told it's a living document.
That's
We can-
right.
We can open it, we can go into it, we can cut things, add stuff. And now your one you have asked is about the architectural. Is there anything else? So going that way, I could ask that when I talk to the administration. Is there anything else in that you see that's been not quite full? Because you looked at one of the, from here, the 7.5, what am I asking here? When a developer comes in, ask for approval or permit, and you mentioned that some of the things weren't followed. Have you, within the conversation with the city, have you, because you have spoke to the city before, have you?
Oh, absolutely.
And have you reported to the city and said, this is not right?
Absolutely.
Do you have a problem with this? Has
Absolutely.
any bylaws come out there? Has anyone
Absolutely.
made any inquiries? Has anything been stopped or adjusted?
Absolutely. I'm a qualified municipal administrator. I have both my urban and my rural. I'm retired. I wrote a community plan, oversaw by community planning, Saskatchewan government community planning, okay? I wrote the zoning bylaw to go with it. I know this stuff. In September the 12th, I wrote an analysis of what was happening there, and I advised all members of council. I attached that to emails, and it went to all members of this council. I then talked to a member of the planning department. I won't name the name, but it's in that analysis that I did, and that individual actually told me, oh, well, we can sever that property. That is a tied parcel. Do you know what has been created there? Do you know what the city has done? They took a tied parcel. Neither one of those two parcels at 2670 and 2676 meet the requirements in the frontage of the zoning bylaw. Now they unpinned them illegally. It should have gone through the DAB to get a proper decision. And then if the people who wanted to build there didn't like the decision of the DAB, you go to the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. I sat on that board. And do you know what? That didn't happen. And that individual from the planning department stood there the night I talked to him, and he said, oh, hasn't that been unpinned yet? Hasn't those properties been unpinned? I'm looking at him. I was floored. You got one property, 6.32 meters, and on that thing, 2 feet on both sides. Now you've got this ugly thing. You've seen the pictures. That's illegal. And then do you know what they did beside that? Then in addition to that, to cover up, this administration created what is called an assessment identifier, and now they're asking the province of Saskatchewan to hand this individual a title. He's getting a title for a property that was all illegally put together. When I worked for the Army of Sherwood, I did all of this. I know it. I used to input all this stuff into ISC, land titles.
Okay.
So it's illegal.
Yeah. To your worship, when there was an ask for another building going on, I think it was Atkinson and I'm not sure what avenue, 16th Avenue or 18th Avenue, and council voted against that.
Oh, and you're
Staff?
talking 17th, sorry. 17th,
Steph, you
yes.
could direct your comments through me, not directly to Councilor Dura, if you don't mind.
I said to you, your worship. So that and that was a area time where we talked about the sunlight and all that.
That's right.
So my question would be, if we, as a council, that came to us, come to planning, and that was denied, so what would have happened there to your worship? Because you're talking about sunlight, talking about...
Sorry, in response,
Staff,
Your Worship,
please.
in response, Your Worship, to
Thank
the
you.
question, okay. The situation there was that the building was an illegal type of development in that particular neighborhood. That required an R6 zone. The neighborhood was zoned for, I think it's an R3 zone. So the development would have been illegal. It was an illegal development, but the planning department processed it, as they do with most developments, and it died here in council, which was the right decision. That was the right decision.
Okay.
And the sun shadowing, I think, but I am not sure, I don't believe that, I think section 18 of 9250, the zoning bylaw that preceded this one, I believe section 18 is now being placed into the new zoning bylaw. I don't think it's there at the moment, but I think it's going to be moved in, but I don't know that. But if it's not, section 18 should be moved in because it deals with sun shadowing. And the options for solar power will be long gone if that section, it only deals with commercial buildings, and the height of commercial buildings at 13 meters. It needs to be updated so that these small homes in these old neighborhoods, many of them already have solar panels, will be blocked.
Mr. Thank you for your
Thank you, Councilor
Thank you,
Madera.
Worship.
Councilor Young.
And through you. Ms. Staff, thank you for coming.
Yes.
And you have also given us pictures of infills that have been done very well and that fit the neighborhood. So you are not asking that no infills happen. You're asking that they conform to the neighborhood.
Staff?
In response, Your Worship, no. There's nobody in my neighborhood has ever said we do not accept any infills in this neighborhood. All we're asking is please don't ruin our neighborhood. You know, it's a nice area. People get along. We have one of the lowest crime rates in the city, according to some of the members of the Regina Police Service, I've been told. So.
And also, Ms. Staff, you've been providing information on this to us for a long time and to me for a long time. So when we did the 9250 new zoning bylaw, would you say that the work that's been done in your neighborhood by you and others was the groundwork for some of the changes we made to the 9250 zoning bylaw, such as keeping R1 residential and height restrictions, and there's an overlay in there for things that would make infill houses conform to the rest of the neighborhood?
In response, Your Worship.
Staff, go ahead.
What you have in Whitmore Park and Hillsdale, you retain the R1 zone, okay?
Yeah.
The zone my home is in and in Arnheim, Assiniboia Place is an R3
It's an
zone,
R3.
which allows for and has always allowed for a little bit of a higher density in terms of duplexes, maybe some triplexes, and there are a fair number of them throughout the neighborhood, lots of them. There's been apartment blocks built there over many years. So I don't think in terms of what's in the zoning bylaw now is going to help my neighborhood retain its character.
Okay. So then, can I ask, would you like to have this information referred to the Al Ritchie Neighborhood Planning Branch so that when they do their work, they have your ideas and your request?
And I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Through your worship, I would appreciate that because otherwise I think this city is going to lose an opportunity to retain a very unique little area of the city. Toronto has done this. Angela L., who was here at Priorities and Planning, talked about net zero sustainable housing and eco-living, and a lot of that is happening in one of these same type of older neighborhoods in Toronto. And this area could be encouraged to be the same kind of place. And I would work with them if they would like. I would be happy to work with them.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. Am I right in assuming that you're here because you love your neighborhood and you don't like what's going on?
Oh, you have that right, for sure.
So you've also talked to neighbors through your worship, and you've kind of got the feeling of the neighborhood. Have you have anybody who says, no, I want this kind of development in my area, from the pictures that you sent, the big, you've heard me call them grain elevator type buildings. Have you heard anybody say, yes, I love that type of building?
In response, Your Worship,
Staff, go ahead.
no. In fact, people are irate. You know, this is a working class area, more or less. Sure, we have some doctors, sure, we have some lawyers, and we have professional people in there living in that neighborhood. But by and large, the people that live there aren't going to come here and do what I do because they just don't. They just won't. And they don't have what they feel is the ability to make the case, okay? So I do this because when I hear them telling me what they think, and believe me, they let me know. Yeah, there's nobody that wants any of this type of stuff. When they first built those two on Broadway Avenue, people were apoplectic. They were horrified.
I can imagine. Thank you. Have you gone to your community association and had this sort of conversation with them, and what do they say back to you through you, Your Worship?
In response, Your Worship, yes, I haven't gone, but some of my neighbors in Arnheim Assiniboia Place attempted to make an appointment with the Al Ritchie Community Association, and they didn't want to hear them. So here we are 2 years later. They're still irate, still upset, and I get basically the same sort of response. I've tried to get in touch with them about this, and they don't return my calls. I've had no response.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for the photos.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Thank you very much, Ms. Staff. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a communication from Angela L. If I can have a motion to receive and file. Councilor Brashani, seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Massinelli on the report from Priors and Planning Committee. You could introduce that. That's the official community plan 5-year review.
Sorry, you caught me with my iPad off there. I'd like to move report CR 20-2 from the Priorities and Planning Committee, the official 5-year review. Recommendation being that Part A, Citywide Plan of Design Regina, the official community plan bylaw 2013-48 be amended as set out in Appendix A and B of this report. And 2, that the city solicitor be directed to prepare the necessary bylaw to amend Design Regina, the official community plan bylaw 2013-48 to reflect the changes set out in the appendices A and B to this report.
Have a seconder for that, please? Okay. Councilor Stevens. Administration want to have any comments on the report? Ms. Howrlock?
Thanks, Troy. So this report is a requirement of our bylaw, Design Regina. It's official community plan that we would undertake a review every 5 years to kind of see where we were at. So this was our first review, and we went out, and it was a minor review because of the early stages of implementation of the plan. So what the plan is doing is the first 5 years was really laying the foundation where we were getting the new zoning bylaw in place, strategic plan, master plans, cultural plan, and transportation master plan. So we were doing all of that work. So what's before you is some recommendations for some minor amendments, and then there's some other work that needs to be done. And one of the things that came forward was the gap identified in the process is the need to to address reconciliation with the Indigenous people in the OCP. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action came out after the city's official community plan was approved, and so the city is starting a process to engage our Indigenous leaders and partners and other members of the community to look at how and what we need to put in the OCP as far as a community priority. That came out loud and clear in the consultation. So we'd be happy to answer any questions about the recommendations that are forward.
Thank you, Ms. Harlock. Okay. Any speakers to the report? Councilor Brashani.
Thank you to the chair. At committee, we talked a little bit about a greener community, more of a sustainable. Do you think that this needs to have a place in here at some time within the official community plan?
Ms. Harlock?
We do have policies, as I noted, at committee, but I think as we go forward with the the conference and we get more clarity around what council's priorities are with respect to that, then definitely we can bring those forward to add additions to the plan to provide that. But right now we do have some high-level statements with respect to green initiatives.
Good. And the last question I have through you, Your Worship, is just through intensification. There was some feedback from the community in regards to intensification in neighborhoods. Can you just explore or kind of just give us an update on what was said from the residents about intensification? And in the OCP, is there something that is going to be kind of jigged because of that? Through the chair?
Through you, Your Worship. So there was different comments that came in with regards to intensification. Part of the neighborhood planning process is to go into the neighborhoods to talk and have those conversations about what intensification means for their neighborhood and where that would be. We have a number of studies, as I said, over the last 5 years we've done a number of studies, and ULIS was one of them, the underutilized land strategy. So when we go into a neighborhood, that's part of the conversation is there underutilized lands within the area? Let's have a conversation of what the community wants to see within those areas. What's sensitive infill and what does that look like? To the delegates' comments, the zoning bylaw, it was updated, and now we do have an overlay that talks about maximum height, setbacks, those sorts of things. So when we get into the neighborhood planning, that's where we can put architectural guidelines, get into more nuances that are very specific about the neighborhood. Because as you know, we're a very diverse city with different neighborhood needs, and that's what the neighborhood planning process is all about. And just like the yards plan that was approved today, those neighborhood plans get appended in Part B of the official community plan, so then they eventually form part of the official community plan. So right now we're doing the two right now, and we have a plan to do all of the neighborhood plans throughout the city so that we can have those very specific conversations with those neighborhoods.
Okay. And the last question, so if a neighborhood plan is not going to be done for 7 years, because it's a long time, we've got a lot of neighborhoods to do, and the neighbors are concerned about the intensification, what's the next step for them? Because that might be quite a gap between city coming out to meet with those neighborhoods, especially more around, I'm going to talk about the outer areas of the city. What's the plan for those residents to address that? Through the chair?
Excuse me, through you, Your Worship. So right now, the main thing that we heard, and we heard it from the delegate, is the massing and scale of these infill buildings. And so what we've done in the zoning bylaw, we have addressed that in the zoning bylaw with the overlay. So I think that's where we're going to see that the issue comes when we're rezoning parcels, but that's a whole process for higher density, where with a rezoning, we circulate to the neighborhood, we get feedback, there's a community consultation process. So even though the community plan or the neighborhood plan might not be done right away, there is those mechanisms. And I think the zoning bylaw changes really meet what the concerns that we've heard about intensification.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shanny. Councilor Flego, do you want to speak?
Another my time, please.
Councilor Flego?
Okay.
Other speakers to the, Councilor Young? Okay, you'll be closing, no, you're not closing debate, that's fine. Councilor Young, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. In light of the information that's been provided to us by Angela L. and Wilma staff, I'd like to ask that those two reports be sent to or referred to the Al Ritchie Neighborhood Planning, and there's a referral coming up on the screen.
Okay. This will be a referral motion.
So it's asking that they go to the neighborhood, that the Al Ritchie Neighborhood Planning Development Branch to be included with all the public engagement information. That's that. Well, and I'd like that the other counselor for that area be able to second it, so it's on the books, which would be Joel Murray.
Joel, you'll second that? Okay, so this is on an amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. Any speakers to the amendment? I think it's pretty straightforward. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Favor.
Okay, that's good. Next speaker is Councillor Flagel. Sorry, Councillor Fundura.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. To your worship, as the delegation stated, there's a lot of things that are happening, and I mean, Ms. Harlack mentioned that we did some stuff, we amended some things, we put some restrictions on numbers and heights and all the wonderful things. And we're going to be going with this thing for how long? Is what we did to the bylaw, to all that, is this going to prevent what happened? To your worship?
Ms. Harlack?
9250, we used to have a maximum height of 11 meters. Now with the overlay, it's 8.5, unless the house is on the average of the block. That's what council had changed during the new bylaw. So I believe that's one of the things that we've done to address the concerns about massing within the bylaw. And then we have a number of other things within the overlay zone that helps to mitigate the massing and scale.
Okay, and then to your worship, as delegation stated about the community association, I mean, there's always two sides of the story, but the community association maybe not communicating with residents. Is there some mechanism that we could direct? For instance, if we're sending something to your worship to a community association doesn't do anything about it, just receives it, files it, and sends a report back to us saying they have no problem with it, but yet the community has a problem with it. How does the community, because you're sending around 75 meters around the area that's being affected by this change, or asking for a zone amendment, or what can we do, Your Worship?
Ms. Harlack?
Through you, Your Worship. So it depends on the process that we're undertaking. The neighborhood planning process, we're doing public engagement where people are getting letters right into their mailbox telling them about the workshops, where we're going to be. So that's that process. What you're referring to is applications where we will, if it's a discretionary use, our rezoning notification goes out to the 75 meters of the surrounding neighbors. Because that's the area that typically has the most impact, and that's what's in the Planning and Development Act. And then we also do refer to the Community Association. So those are the mechanisms, and then they're advertised in the newspaper. So we do what the Act says and what's in our zoning bylaw in terms of notifications. So a lot of times what we'll see is that once a notification goes out, if there's concerns from the neighbors, it kind of starts to spread, and then others are made aware of the concerns and then come and speak to us. So I think at this point we are doing all of the things that are outlined, and I'm not, unless we increased the mail out, but I think at this point that's what's set out as minimums within the Act, and I think those are satisfactory at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So then to you, again, community associations is a separate entity. We have no control over that. Is there anything within that community association, or whatever, how that works, how the Act is, or how because we do fund the community associations, do we have any jurisdiction there to, let's say, tell them certain things, like, because this has been happening for quite a while, yes, like I said before, there are two sides to the story, but is there something that we can do to, because I mean, if you're looking at this neighborhood, or looking at the community, could be this, could be any others, and if it's happening to one, it could happen to others. Is there something as a city, when we're going forward, we want to build, we're talking about neighborhood, we want to start from the neighborhood and build out, and this is complete neighborhood. Is there something that we could put into the community associations paper? And I mean, I'm looking for...
See what she says.
See what she says. Thank you, Your Worship.
Ms. Harlack?
So we do have partnerships. We work with them through our Parks, Recreation, Culture area, and of course through the planning area when we're referring things. So each community association takes on a different approach with respect to our circulations, but it's something definitely we could have a conversation about the importance of looking at the applications that we're circulating, because the community associations are supposed to have a pulse on what's happening in their community to provide us feedback on applications. So we can go back and just have a conversation about the importance of looking at when we send correspondence regarding planning applications, because we do take into consideration their feedback because they're representing their community.
Okay, and one more, Your Worship, then the next question would be, for instance, as a councillor of a ward, things improved since where we get communication, right? So if I'm not on a planning commission, if I do pay attention to it, but let's say if I missed out what's on the agenda, I do not come to a meeting. I'm only seeing it at certain time of that that's happening. Is there something that from the administration that the council of the area gets everything sent out, or is that too cumbersome and it's too much to do that? If something like this happening in the area where it's taxing the community and the neighborhood, and the neighborhood's getting angry, people getting upset about what's going on, no one's communicating with them. Is there something is there something within the city administration that I know you do send out things to council, you inform us as a council in that area. Is it something that can be done maybe more or less? Are we doing it already, or am I asking for too much, or, Your Worship?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, that's something that we can take away to look at through the clerk's area, because you are right. When we get applications in, we do correspond with the councillor and the mayor on the applications so that they know what applications are in for discretionary in the areas. But we can look at what happens when it does go to RPC. But typically we have been relying on councillors looking at the RPC agenda to see what's coming up forward.
Okay, thank you. So I wasn't truthful about saying last one. When we have a community, a person like Ms. Staff that is interested in the community, is she privy to some of these public documents that she could be sent to directly, or is it something that we don't do? That's not what our process is.
Through you, Your Worship, depending on the process that you're speaking of. So if it's a planning process, we have a website that we put all the documents on and those sorts of things, which is public knowledge. If they're within the circulation, then a person would get notification and those sorts of things. So there is certain times where certain information will come forward. Everybody's obviously privy to the council reports and the committee reports on the website. And if they notify us as an interested party to an application, then they go on the interested parties list and they are notified when reports are going to committee.
Okay, so then to Your Worship, the asking for because certain areas are R1 and that area is R3, and you're talking about this is going to be discussed in the neighborhood plan. When we work that out, that we can bring that up and have a conversation about that. And asking about the architectural district, is that something we discuss at that time at the neighborhood plan?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. Not the R1, R3. That was decided through the zoning bylaw. Unless a group wanted to come forward and ask council for a rezoning application, then they would have to put in an application to go through that process. But through the neighborhood planning process, we are going to be having a very specific conversation about architectural controls, because architectural controls have come up many times with respect to intensification and neighborhood, keeping the character of the neighborhood. So we want to have that conversation during the neighborhood plans. There's only one architectural district or overlay zone within the city, and that's Canterbury. And so we want to have that conversation, because sometimes one group of people may want one type of housing or form to be preserved, but that doesn't mean the whole neighborhood wants that. So we want to have that conversation, because if there is an area of a neighborhood, it doesn't mean it has to be the whole, but a couple blocks or a block that wants to have that, everybody needs to be on board with doing that. So we are open to that, and we look forward to those conversations in all of the neighborhoods.
Okay, Your Worship, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Councilor Bandera. Any other speakers to the report? Councilor Massanelli, you want to close debate?
Yes, I did.
Oh, Councilor Flanagan, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering about the OCP and the growth. What's the growth number that we've got on this for the next 25 years? Is it 300?
Ms. Harlech?
Community plan is a plan to take us to approximately 300,000 population. We did take in some more land when we did our boundary alteration, so the projection would be about 310, and then the plan also identifies our future lands to the 500,000. We always talk about a 25-year plan, but of course it always depends on the rate of growth and those sorts of things, but it's really to get us to the 300,000.
Thank you. Through you, I'm just wondering, we have a bunch of land that's in the phase one category in our OCP, and some of it's Coopertown, some of it's Harbor Landing, some of it's Somerset. How do we remove those pieces of land that are sitting dormant, and potentially, if somebody else has a chunk of land within the city limits that once is now in a phase two world, how do we move that and juggle that around? I've got a couple of people interested that they're in phase two and they're going, well, look, nobody's doing anything in the finishing up of the phase one. Can't you stop that because it's going to be a 20-year thing? Is there any way we can alter that for these developers so that maybe we can spur some economy?
Through you, Your Worship. So the official community plan sets out the phasing that was approved by council. At any time, a developer can come forward and ask to have their lands put into the current phase of development. It just becomes a question about the need to do it, why are we doing it, and then how much land do we have there because of the amount of infrastructure that we would have to expand, and that's always the issue. When we have a lot of areas developing at the same time, how that works. So the idea of taking people that are already in the phase one lands and moving them back into another phase, that would have to be a conversation because some of the people that have, or the developers or landowners that are in phase one have been doing work to advance it. It's just where the economy is right now that they're not moving it forward. And then it becomes a question about the investments that they made. But at the end of the day, it is council's decision on the phasing plans.
Thank you. And I want to use a word that Ms. Staff used, in the word ugly. And I don't disagree with her. Is there any word in the Planning and Development Act that refers to it can't be an ugly house? Because I agree with her in the grain elevator looking places. If you drive through the Crescents and you drive through Cathedral, you're seeing these. Is there anything that we can tweak that's a simple fix to not allow these monstrosities to go beside a cute little dollhouse? I remember one on, I think it's on Leopold Crescent, or one of those in Angus Crescent, one of them, and it's a beautiful, cute little dollhouse, and there's this god-awful looking thing beside it. It just swallows it up. You know, and she talks about the character of the neighborhood and all that. You know, I'm all for infill, but boy, is there anything we can do to tweak and to not allow that kind of thing to ever happen again?
So Ms. Harlock, is ugly a legal term?
Through you, Your Worship, no, it's not. The beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And so the issue is really, it comes down to what I was speaking of before, which is architectural guidelines. And that's really where the community would get together to have those conversations. Some neighborhoods are very eclectic. The neighborhood I live in, on just the street, I have about 6 different housing types. So I don't know how you would choose which one. But that needs to be that collective conversation with that neighborhood to decide what is it that we're trying to preserve, what is that look that we're trying to preserve. So to answer your question, we can put in architectural guidelines, but again, it's a conversation with the community on what we want to see built in the future, and for people to understand that once you put those in, then that means those are the requirements, that's the only thing you can do in that area, which sometimes can have cost implications also.
Thank you. One other question is, so what about in newer areas where the, you know, if I take Councillor Hawkins and Findura and Bresciani and myself and Mancinelli, there's areas that are specifically stucco or specifically vinyl siding on a house, and then a person wants to change the vinyl siding to stucco, or the stucco to, or the vinyl siding back to stucco, or stucco to vinyl. Are they allowed to do that? And if the whole neighborhood is all stucco or vinyl, can they do that and put brick on their whole house?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So what happens in developers, and you actually talked about it a little bit today about the yards, it's the design requirements. So the developer may have design requirements, which says all our houses in this area needs to be stucco. But that doesn't transfer onto the city into the future. So when someone rebuilds or puts an addition on their house, or they want to upgrade their facades, there is no regulations because we need that overlay, the architectural guidelines to tell us that. Once the developer is out of the picture, those kind of guidelines go with it unless they, during their initial stages, ask it to be part of an architectural guideline that would protect it in perpetuity.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'm good. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Mancinelli, your closed debate. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's
Favor.
carried. Move on to Planning Commission street closure application. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm reading a very positive report from the Planning Commission. If you all recall, we spent a lot of time in this council chamber on the Victoria Avenue was widened and to get a better entrance from Victoria to East Gate Drive from the east. And part of the plan was to remove the service road across Pilot Butte Creek, and it cut off the west entrance to East Gate Drive and all of the commercial activity there. So in order to provide access from West Gate to East Gate Drive, a temporary bridge was installed which allowed this section of road to continue to be used to East Gate until a new road could be approved, which council approved a new road. And that was built from Coleman to East Gate so that there'd be a west entrance. The new road over Pilot Butte Creek is now finished and open, and the temporary bridge is no longer needed for vehicle access to East Gate. Also, at the same time when that work was being done, the municipal reserve land was used for the widening of Victoria and the new road across Pilot Butte Creek. And some municipal reserve land was lost. So it's proposed that the land next to the new road would become municipal reserve property to replace the land used to accommodate road realignment. So the recommendation is to approve the closure of that temporary portion of Victoria Avenue and to designate a section of land at 140 Coleman Crescent as municipal reserve. And I drove out yesterday and drove over the new road, and I must say it's a beautiful road. It's a curved road over the creek. So this is a happy ending to what was a really difficult time.
Thank you, Councilor.
And Planning Commission recommends concurrence.
Thank you, Councilor. Seconder for that, Councilor Fundura. We have some discussion on this. Councilor Brasciani.
Thank you. I just have a question. So we have those big blocks there that kind of aligns that bridge. Is that the same area that we're talking here? We've got those big 2x2 huge concrete eyesore. Will all those be removed and taken away so it looks like a park and a roadway? Through the chair?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so we are just in discussions regarding the bridge and the blocks that were set up for that temporary roadway. I don't have answers today, but in short order. It's that the question is around what to do with the bridge, because we actually own that temporary bridge. So storage, taking the unit apart, where are we going to keep it, and then what is the potential use for it moving into the future.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brasciani. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, to your worship. Yes, that was a difficult period of time. I know it's not on this report, so I'm not going to ask about the little walk bridge that was talked about over Victoria Avenue to connect that pathway. I don't know if, to your worship, if that's something I could ask to you about that walkway that was said that we might look at that, because we have interrupted the Devonian pathway at Victoria Avenue. We didn't go underneath the bridge. That's still a sore in my side, and many sores of residents in Ward 5 in that area. So is there a timeline when are we going to discuss the proposal that was discussed about putting the pathway above Victoria Avenue? Similar idea what 9th Avenue North has at two uplands.
I believe you had a motion of council on that too, I believe. Ms. Harlock?
Your worship, that's right. There was, we did deal with that, and that was some time ago, actually, a few years ago, because this has been outstanding for a while. But the idea is that when the demand counts warranted, then that's when we would bring it forward. Part of the original analysis was that it wasn't just at this time, but we do counts and analysis as we go forward. So at this point, I can't give you an exact number. Part of it too is that we talked about in the past was the lands north of that and the need for that, which is actually what is referred to as foxtail area, and that's not looking at development for like outside of the 300,000.
Okay. Thank you. I know that was the discussion. Just wanted to hear it. Through your worship, I think Councilor Brashani did ask, Mr. Onroy did answer about the bridge. I've been asking, the question's there in the community, and Mr. Onroy knows that. Do we know, and I think Councilor mentioned kind of whisper saying, Pinky Road. Is there a timeline that we are going to see that area actually, the remnants of the difficult times go away? When would you say? Year, two, something in the plans? To your worship.
John Wright?
Through your worship, we will know, I would say in the next 3 to 4 weeks as to the timing and placement. The biggest question is the removal of the bridge itself. The blocks that are there are not the issue, it's the bridge, how we're going to deal with it. And more so, is there a future use for the bridge, or do we try to sell the bridge? Okay. The temporary bridge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findura. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you, and just get there. I think most of my questions were there, but the Pinky Road thing is really going to be a problem, and if we don't get something done with that,
Councilor Flagel, we're not. Councilor Flagel,
I know, but
in order, we can't talk. That's not on the item. It's actually the Victoria Avenue and not Pinky Road.
Yes,
so
no.
I've got
I know,
no.
and I'm just gonna say the Pinky,
I'm saying you can't talk about it, Councilor Flagel. Order.
Sorry?
We're not talking about Pinky Road. I'm sorry, that's another issue not on this item, on this agenda.
No, I get that. I guess what I'm wondering about is if we're going to store that bridge anywhere, that would be a good place for it. The other thing is that I don't know what the numbers are, and I was going to ask about the bridgeway going underneath Victoria Avenue. Like, what kind of numbers are we at today, and what kind of numbers do we need to be at for something like that to be opened?
Ms. Harlock?
Yeah. Sorry, Mayor, I was getting feedback too, so I was talking and wasn't listening, so.
Through you, your worship, if that's something that council wished to direct administration to do work on, we would have to bring a report back to focus on that work, which, we would just need direction from council.
Okay.
Thank you. The reason I asked that is because when you talked about volume, the ring road, the pathway that goes across uplands and the ring road is hugely used. And
Councilor Flagel, we're not talking about that issue. This is actually, I'm sorry, that's an important issue. We're looking at Victoria Avenue. This is not the ring road. It's not Pinky Road either. So we stick to the topic.
Well, I was talking about Victoria. I'm getting to Victoria Avenue.
Well, let's get to that, okay?
I know, but I was using Uplands and Ring Road as traffic volume, but I think Victoria Avenue is probably double that, and we still don't have a under walkway, and I believe we need to get something going there soon. So just going to leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We have delegations now. 2 delegations that were added. This relates to the Bridal Rub establishments. DE 20-6. That is Devon Hill. Hill, you've been here before, but for the record, you could say your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Devin Hill. I'm with Freedom Catalyst Regina. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to talk about 3 main topics. First one is grandfathering. The report says that body rub parlors will be grandfathered in relation to being near another parlor as long as they meet other separation distance criteria. So this is my take. While it's okay to say that, since it's the legal requirement, I think it would be good to clarify if that actually is relevant to any existing parlor. In my assessment, this grandfathering does not apply to any parlor that I'm aware of. There is only even one parlor that I know of that's currently in the industrial zone. That's Come and Go near Winnipeg and 8th. However, it also is less than 183 meters from a residential zone, and therefore it doesn't meet the separation distance criteria of being near a sensitive lot either. All the other parlors are in MAC or residential zones, and they wouldn't meet the requirements. As I mentioned in a previous speech, even if there were any parlors that did not meet the requirements, previous reports have said they would be grandfathered in as per Section 89 of the City Planning Act. However, this is what Section 89 says. It says a non-conforming use may continue if the use conformed to the bylaw that was in effect at the time of development. In other words, they have had to be conforming to the old 9250 bylaw. None of the parlors have applied or been approved through that bylaw, and they therefore all do not conform. Topic 2 is the separation distances of options 1, 2, and 3. Time doesn't allow me to speak about option 1, but I'd like to talk a little bit about option 2 versus option 3. I have some opinions about option 1, but I can't speak right now. Basically, option 1 is the two block separations, including residential dwellings, place of worship, and recreational facilities. Option 2 is the same, but just using 1 block. And then option 3 is 1 block, but removing the residential dwellings, place of worship, and recreational facilities. So in my opinion, option 2 is the closest to what was in the old 9250 bylaw. In that old bylaw, there were 183 meter restrictions from residential dwellings and places of worship. The only new thing being put in there are the recreational facilities. If it is indeed correct that the general 2-block restriction creates a lack of available possible places for the parlors to operate, I personally think option 2 is better than option 3. Option 2 is protecting residential dwellings, which I think is critical and wise thing to keep in the bylaw. Residents are, in my opinion, at least one of the most important groups to get this right for. One other thing worth considering is the possibility of a 2-block separation distance from only residential zones or even sensitive lots, and then keeping it set at 1 block for all the other things such as schools, churches, etc. In my opinion, residents are generally the ones most affected and concerned by this, and there are areas where industrial zones border directly on residential zones. As I've said in the past, during my door-to-door survey I did near Vic, residents were still very much complaining to me about a parlor that was 1 block away. A 1-block distance is not that long. After 2 blocks away, I found there were still people that didn't like that the parlors were there, but they generally didn't have the direct stories of how the parlors were affecting them and their children, in particular while at home. That is why I think it would be wise to keep a 2-block separation distance at least for residential zones, and then keep a 1-block separation for things like residential dwellings, schools, etc. And then topic number 3 is this bylaw 2019-62. This is the bylaw that's in Appendix C, and in my understanding at least, it appears to be the new bylaw that's going to be approved. So here are some of my questions or concerns about it. First one is, unless I'm mistaken or missing it, it doesn't appear to provide clarification or wording to the effect that the body rub parlors are restricted to the IL and IH industrial zones and are permitted. So I'm wondering, why is that, and is this mentioned somewhere else in a different document? Number 2, in section 22, it mentions that strip clubs are only restricted from other parlors, strip clubs, and sensitive lots. Then it says parlors are restricted from other places like the institution education, institution daycare, etc. So this is my question or concern. Why are strip clubs not restricted from the same places as the body rub parlors? They were restricted before in the old 9250 bylaw. They also have the same effect on surrounding communities as parlors.
You have about half a minute left in your time.
Thank you. Therefore, in my opinion, they should, at the very least, still have the same separation distances as body rub parlors. And then the last one of the reasons why the strip club was voted down in 2015 was because it didn't have any licensing bylaws or assessment for things like human trafficking. And nothing has changed for strip clubs. They still have no licensing. However, since body rub parlors were voted as permitted, my concern is that strip clubs will be lumped in as permitted as well, and it doesn't actually mention it. I don't believe that should occur. Nothing has changed for strip clubs to remedy these concerns, and I think that they should still be discretionary in industrial use. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Councilor Brashandy.
Sure. Thank you, Devin, for coming forward and through this whole journey of looking at the massage parlors or body rubs. So I have a question. Your recommendation is option 2, but I guess the question I have is, when you looked at the maps on the report, did you see anything different between option 2 and option 3 when they talk about the sensitive lot?
Well, I should clarify, my recommendation is not option 2. I was just, speaking from the comparison of option 2 and option 3. Okay. But I was saying that maybe an even better option is to have 2 blocks for the residential zones, which is a little bit of a hybrid between 1 and 2. But I mean, if I'm allowed, I'd like to. Option 1 is obviously what I want, but I'll have to speak a little bit more to that. But in terms of the sensitive lots thing, I did notice. I don't understand it, because in Appendix B, the sensitive lots are basically defined. And so it's saying that it's residential, mixed, institutional, and direct control district at the bottom of Appendix B. And then on the right side of the page, it says that includes residences, places of worship, schools, parks, daycares, clubs, etc., and recreational facilities. So if residences and recreational facilities and places of worship are included in sensitive lots, map A3 should be literally the exact same as map A2, but it's not. So is the definition of sensitive lot wrong?
I lost that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I want to go to the next question about options, looking at the options. Just want to elaborate what you said, of what your thoughts are around the options. Through the chair?
I mean,
go ahead.
Ultimately, everyone knows my opinion that I don't want them in Regina at all. But I just wanted to speak a little bit about option 1. I've done, since I guess I've been here last, I've done a lot of research on how they're zoned across Canada as well. So in the past, we brought forth Steinbach, Manitoba, Dauphin, Manitoba, and Prince Albert as the ones where they're banned. So since doing more research on the zoning perspective, I found a lot more. And so it seems like there's 3 kind of ways that they do it. One is like Steinbach and Dauphin, where they outright say they're banned in their bylaws. The second group does it like Prince Albert, where they define what a body rub parlor is in the zoning bylaw, but then they don't permit it in any area. And so I've talked to, I think it was like Fredericton does that, Kamloops, obviously Prince Albert, there's another one in BC that does that too. And they say that that's the legal advice that they were given to do that. And then the other groups do it where they restrict it from 1,000 meters from different things. So Estevan does that. I think there's another one in Nova Scotia. Chilliwack does that. Another one in BC basically restricts it to a shopping mall where they know they're not going to go. So that's kind of their method of doing it. So there's all these examples that are out there that have done it and have been doing this for years, and none of them, I've talked to them and asked them the questions. 1, are there parlors operating in your city? And 2, was there any legal repercussions? Did anyone challenge this? And everyone said no. So I know that was an argument that was brought forth that why we can't do this, because we open ourselves up to legal problems. So if there's all those other cities that are doing it that aren't challenged, that we wouldn't either. So option 1 is saying it's not good because it restricts them from too many places where they can't operate, and maybe would open the city up to legal challenge. So that's kind of my argument, that option 1 would still be suitable, in my opinion, from a legal perspective, especially if these other places haven't been challenged either.
the recommendation from administration is option 3, and that's taking out the churches, the recreation and the residential, and just going with the 1 block buffer. Now, what would your thoughts be if that was in putting back in the residential and looking at that as a buffer for 1 block or 2 block? But that would alleviate the recreation then.
Mr. Hill?
Through the chair.
Right, and that's basically what I was saying, that, if we had a 2 block from residential zones, that'd be better, because I think 1 block is just not far enough. And then if we kept in residential dwellings, I don't know who actually lives in the industrial area, but apparently they do.
Yeah.
But they should be protected too, in my opinion.
Some people, yeah.
Ultimately, I would want option 1, but
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shaney. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. Jane Gattinger. Oh, did you have a question? Oh, Mr. Hill, I think there is a question. I didn't see your light on, Councilor Findera. There's another question for you. Councilor Findera?
I was all listening to all the things. So through your worship, thank you for coming. You're talking about grandfathering. How do you understand the grandfathering?
that is something that I wonder about, because it's basically the wording says that as long as they're regulatory compliant. Does that mean regulatory compliant that they're in the industrial area? Or does it mean they're compliant that they're 183 meters away from schools and all that stuff? I hope, but it's not super clear, that the wording means that they are regulatory compliant of 183 meters away from all these things and in the industrial area. And if that's what it means, there are no parlors that exist that are regulatory compliant. So it's kind of doesn't matter. But if it is defined where it's not including the industrial versus max zones, then obviously that's a problem.
Okay, so to your worship, we'll be asking that when the report comes on. Then you were talking about option 1, and you made to your comments on what in your opinion, looking at the map. If you looked closely at the map, so the last meeting last year we asked about the 2 blocks, and the administration came back and showed where they are permitted and all that. Looking at this map, and you said yourself, you're not seeing any difficulties with being in the industrial area, and your question was too that the IL area. Do you recognize where that IL is and what that involves?
Oh, yeah.
Do I recognize where IL is?
Yeah, like, because
yes, I looked up the map in detail where IL and IH is and studied it. Yep.
And through your worship, do you have any issues with parlors being there, being in that area?
Being in IL or
Yes.
IH?
Yes.
Well, I'm not quite sure what you're meaning, but
Your comment was that you don't want to see him in Regina.
yes.
Okay, so there's no other comment that you want to make. You just don't want to see him here.
Well, yes, but I mean, that was voted
worship.
against, right?
Sorry?
That was voted against, so.
Okay. All right, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findera. Other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Ms. Kattinger, if you could come forward, please. For the record, if you could state your name, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well.
I'm Jane Gattinger. I'm representing myself today. And I just have to quickly get this here. I only had a chance to look at this report as I'm sitting here now, so I'm not as well prepared to address this. But I just wanted to reiterate, I think, what I've stated before, in that my concern is with residential areas and daycare centers, that a 1-block proximity to a body rub establishment is going to be tantamount to having one next door or across the street on many occasions due to parking limitations. When there are parking restraints in front of the body rub, what happens is then that those people end up parked right in front of a residential area or a daycare. And that's concerning for reasons that we've already discussed and reports that are coming in close proximity. So I think that the two, out of the options presented in this report, the two-block proximity is the least damaging of the three. The other ones are going to continue to create problems in my perspective based on what's been happening to this point. The other thing is the grandfathering is a concern also. On the top of page 4 of the report, it talks about how there's a potential for these to be grandfathered in, and yet none of them received a license initially. None of them met any city requirements in terms of setting up their businesses here. So I don't know how any of them could be considered compliant or grandfathered in based on that fact. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about specifically daycare centers, because we know that parents who feel that their children are not receiving adequate care or inappropriate care don't have the option of switching to other daycare centers, because Saskatchewan has the hugest issue with the lack of daycare centers throughout all of Canada, as well as parents are unable to work because they have inadequate spaces for daycare centers. And in my perspective, regardless of whatever distance is legally defined for daycare centers, if you have a daycare center 1 block from a body rub establishment, how many of us would want our children or grandchildren attending that daycare center? In view that you're going to have their Johns parked in front from time to time, and understanding that some of those Johns are likely to be predators. I would also like to express my concern over what has been recommended, in that inspections of body rub establishments needing to be pre-announced or pre-booked. I mean, we would never tell a bank robber that the police are going to be at the bank on this date and this time, or any sting that this is our pre-planned time. If there's any type of trafficking or illegal activity, it would certainly give them ample opportunity to cover all that up. I would also like to suggest that we need at least one police staff designated exclusively to this issue, so that they can be on top of problems as they arise. In addition, helping to keep our city and our residents safe. And I think that's it. The one final note that I would like to say is I see in this report that transportation is considered to be of concern for those that may be working in the industrial area. However, it's been noted by City Council that the women working in these industries have a lot of money for coats and jewelry, and I would like to suggest, if that's the case, they could probably afford to have a taxi ride to and from work at the beginning and end of their shifts. And I appreciate so much the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Looking at these regulations, it's already been cited that most of the businesses that we've been identifying with as we've gone through the first multiple months of discussion probably won't be able to fit the criteria to continue to be open. Do you think there really will be a need for investigation or regulation in the industrial area because these people will start to move their businesses over there, or do you think they'll just duck underground and disappear?
Ms. Canninger?
I mean, I really can't foresee the future or foretell what they're going to choose to do. I would think, based on the potential for profit, I mean, it's over $300,000 per year. I think the average guesstimate was $360,000 per year per person working in the sex trade industry. I would think that there would be people that would still look at opening wherever they possibly can, given the limitations. I can't speak for them, but that would be That would be my guesstimate. It would still be a very profitable enterprise, regardless of where it's set up. The ideal is that we're protecting our citizens over the best interests of our citizens, I believe, need to come before the best interests of these body rub establishments.
I totally agree. So you still view this as a possible harm reduction in its current form? As I stated before through the chair, originally these were spread out throughout the city. They popped up because of a lack of regulation. Now that we have regulation, through investigation, it was all cited that many of them were owner-operators and also live in the residence that they worked out of. With the change to this regulation, that business model no longer stands. And with the change in the business model, I have questions whether I'll have anything to regulate or if this investment is now going to be wasted. And I guess I'm looking for your input in what you feel about that statement.
I guess I'm not certain, through the chair, I'm not certain that I fully understand the latter part of the question. However, in terms of harm reduction, it is my belief that there is no harm reduction in body rub establishments. And so I guess that's perhaps where our perspectives diverge. I know in interviewing workers in the past that the bulk of the dangers come from the customers, and also that security buttons or panic buttons don't tend to be answered, and security guards are more so there to protect the profits and the customers. So I don't agree with the harm reduction model that you're speaking of. I think we're looking at a relatively small population and within of that particular business, and within that industry, I believe that there's human trafficking and organized crime, that it goes hand in hand with that. And I think that any benefit that is gained, potentially, arguably, gained through having these is countered by the increase of the influx of women who are trafficked through these. I also don't see the benefit of having the operators living there unless they actually own that home. Because I think, as I had mentioned before, if you look internationally, globally, anti-traffic groups, and in fact some task forces use it as final confirmation of human trafficking, where you have the worker both resides and works at the same residence. So I think that in itself is quite problematic. Whereas an industrial zone, they may be less likely to live there and work at the same address.
Okay. Thank you. One last question. You mentioned in your interviews with some former workers and through your occupation, one thing that's really bothered me throughout this whole discussion has been identifying the chances of having predators at these locations. And I guess while we're in public and out loud one time, the predators are always in the neighborhoods because I think they come from our neighborhoods. Would you say that statement's correct from what you've experienced and the people you've spoken to? They don't magically just come out of the woodwork and enter our city. So when we worry about this, I guess we should all come with open eyes to what's happening in our city at all times, not just at these locations. Would you agree with that?
I agree in part. We know that children are abused 80% of the time. It's from someone that they're familiar with, whether it's a family member, a babysitter, a child care provider. We know that that's the case. However, I also believe that when you have a sex trade industry operated and owned and advertised within a city, you also tend to draw a different type of tourism that may not otherwise be attracted to our city. I think that it does bring an increase of risk to us. And I'm not saying that every customer is a predator, and so I should clarify that. But I do believe that you're going to have an increase of predators when you have that drawing card there.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. If there's no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and we'll look at report CM 20-1, which is the body rub establishment separation distances. I have a motion for this, please. Councilor Prashani, and a seconder. Okay, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Prashani, do you want to speak on it?
Okay, sure, thank you. So I do have just some questions. As the delegations have spoke, I need some clarity. First of all, the recommendation on the first page of our report says that approve the recommended separation distance for body rub establishments of the 182 meters from schools, parks, daycares, enclosed rinks, libraries, community centers, sensitive lots. I see the definition in here about sensitive lots, but I need some clarity. Is this a catch to catch everything in there as far as it's read in the definitions? It's residence, places of worship, schools, parks, daycares, clubs, funeral homes, crematoriums. Like, it seems to be a catch-all. So if it's a catch-all that catches all this stuff, then is there a need for what we're looking at? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, appreciate the question to provide the clarity, because it is on, in Appendix B, it does say a lot zoned. So that's the key, is the zoning. So it needs to be zoned for that use to be considered the distance. So if council has concerns about residences, then I would suggest that you would add that as one of the uses that would be the distance would come from. Because as the report indicated, when we looked at, to provide the maps that you had requested, Councillor Brasciani and Council at the last meeting, it was to those uses. To those uses on those lots. And so that's where we found the 82 residences. But I just want to be clear. And the grandfathering, I might clear that up. It was with respect not to, it was only if they were in the industrial areas, they meet all of the requirements for setbacks. The one that we were recommending was the distance between each other. So if we had one establishment that was established and another one within the industrial area, doesn't impinge or infringe on any of the uses setbacks. The only thing is if they impinged on each other, what we were saying is, because how do we know which one established first? That's what we were saying. But from our understanding, it wouldn't be an issue, in terms of that.
So, through the chair, is this reciprocal as well, like the cannabis?
Yes.
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. So, if a recreation facility wanted to go in, but if they were in that one block radius, they could not go in if there was a massage product?
That's correct.
Charlotte?
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So we've got the options there. When we talk about, so the sensitive lot, so as far as the, when it comes to permitting and all that, that would be looked at from a city level. That's how it will be identified, through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, that is correct. When we would get the application, we'd review it to make sure it meets the separation distances from the sensitive lots that are zoned to accommodate those uses. And then we would look at any other use that would be listed, that we have listed here.
Okay. So in option 3, then if I wanted to look at, or just even another option to add in the dwellings, through the chair, the residential, that's the map that I asked administration to look at.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So there is a map that we looked at. That was the distances that you had requested, just to understand what the setbacks would be for those. But based on our recommendation, it's basically the map 3 really wouldn't change that much. Once you see the map, it's not, there isn't much difference. So all it would be doing is putting in that, if you wish to make a motion and it was accepted, would be to add residential as that, and then that would it be. But basically the map 3 would be the distances.
Okay. Before I do that, I just want to clarify one thing here. The delegation asked about a 2-block radius from, would we almost go back to map appendix, is it 1? Option 1, is that what the map would look like? If it was a 2-block radius with Residential, through the chair?
Through your worship. So if you took the map that just got handed out to you, what you would see is those spaces, well, we'd have to double check, but it would just it would increase those areas. It wouldn't look exactly like map 1. It would not. There'd be a difference because all we're doing would be basically just pushing out where the orange areas are, the solid orange, out some more. So it would take out some areas, but it wouldn't look exactly like map 1, no. Because map 1 was all of those uses. Okay. So map 4 that we just got handed out would be, this is just residences. Yeah. This just shows the separation to the residences.
From residential. Mm-hmm. But to be clear, the other ones, okay. But the other maps that are in option 2, I just want to be clear here. So we're talking about all the other ones that were talked about before. They're not included in this map. It's just residential.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that is correct. So that's why I was saying it's. Maybe I could go through the maps. Map 1 was all of those additional uses that you asked for on top of that, but that was with the 2-block, basically 2-block radius. Map 2 is all those additional uses, but just keeping it at the 1 block. And then map 3 is what we were recommending to the uses that were recommended. So the parks, schools, daycares, etc. And then what you see in map 4 is just the request to see what it would look like with just residences. Okay. But as I was saying, as you can see from the residential one and map 3, there'd be some changes, but I don't see them being drastic like map 1.
Yeah, but the map 4 doesn't include the parks and the schools and all that other stuff, right? It just includes residential.
Ms. Harlock?
No, through you, your worship, no, it does not, because as you can see on map 3, there's other areas that are excluded with the other uses. So I can ask, yeah. So that's the difference is when you look at that map 3, and then you would just overlay this map with the residences, and as you can see, there'd be slight changes, but as I said, it wouldn't be, I don't think it would change drastically. No.
Okay. So, your worship, I would like to add, just because of the way the wording is in, I think the wording, sorry, let me just find it here, is in sensitive lot. I think we should add residential in there as well. And
So that would be you're saying that would be A4 map then, would be included?
yeah, on top of, yeah. But I want to be ensured that's included, no.
Ms. Harlock, you want to comment on that?
Some advice. The maps are just there for visual because you had asked to see what it would mean. If you wanted to add residences, then what I would suggest is that you amend the recommendation to include residences with the other listed uses that are in number 1 of the recommendation.
And that would include the parks and...
yeah, so it's from schools, parks, daycares, enclosed rinks, libraries, community centers, sensitive lots, and residences.
Thank you. That's what I would like.
That's your amendment. The amendment's on the floor to add the word residential in part 1. Seconder for that, please. Councilor Fundura. Any discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say, she moved the original motion, so she can just change it herself without an amendment. She just
Okay. Yep, okay, so that would be in
So
that.
just change it then.
That would be in that, okay. Fine. So add residential there. So you have about a minute and a half, minute and 20 seconds left on your time.
Okay.
If you want to keep speaking.
So is there any questions on that, or do you have to...
Well, people will comment as they speak, I guess.
Yeah.
You just add, it's not amendments, it's now embedded in the recommendations.
Okay, good. I think it's really important because of residential, I mean, this is where people live, and I think that this is, again, something where we have to, I mean, I wouldn't want massage parlor or body rub down the street or within next door. So I will just leave it there if anyone has any other comments.
we do have speakers. Councillor Bryce, you're next.
Okay. On the amendment?
No, it's embedded in the
Okay.
moving motion, so.
So I'll start off by asking about grandfathering in. How many body rub establishments are we talking about when is any eligible to be grandfathered in?
Ms. Howard?
Your worship, as I said, they would all have to apply. We know of one right now and in the industrial area, but they would have to apply, and if another one came forward where we found out that they were established and they meet all of the requirements, if they were within that distance of separation just between those, not the uses, then what we're saying is allow them. But at this point, I don't believe that we think that there's any of those situations. I'm getting head nods that we only know of one.
Okay, thank you for that. Is the recommendation on the floor the most restrictive, or is option one more restrictive than what we have up there right now?
Ms. Harlock?
I'm sorry, so what the recommendation that's on there is the recommendation administration made with only the addition of residences. So it's not, the most restrictive was the option where you add all of the different uses, which produces map 1.
Map one.
That's the most restrictive, and that would be everything you would see up there, plus parks, all the things that we looked at to go to make separation distances from. Schools, churches, yeah.
Thank you. So I'd like to move the amendment
and that 2 blocks.
Okay, for that map 1 that's the most restrictive, and delete the grandfathering in provision. So the amendment would be, which is option 1, if I'm not mistaken. The most restrictive.
Wait a minute.
But, she's been just.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Through you, Your Worship, I understand now. Yes, it would be that, yes. To approve the expanded separation distance by expanding the buffer to 365.76 meters and adding residences, places of worship, and recreation facilities.
Yes. Okay, so that's my amendment.
It's confusing.
Yes. Well, so maybe if you'll allow me a little bit of leeway, we're looking at changing the meters, and we're looking at changing, so it's not contraindicating what's up there already. It's just a change in the space and slightly limiting what we've got there already. So I'm not sure if it's contraindicating what's already up there as much as changing distances. Option 1.
It's to change the distance to 365.76 meters.
Yeah.
And to remove the grandfathering provision.
Yes.
I'll accept that as an amendment.
Thank you. So
Okay,
just
if
if I
I
could
get a
have a
seconder for
seconder?
that, please? Seconder for that?
Councillor
Okay.
Hawkins?
Councillor Hawkins, on the amendment?
Thank you. So on the amendment, we have this in front of us today because we had a problem in our community that we're looking to solve. I find that the community's wanting us to restrict this as much as possible. I can't justify us making a decision based on if something's going to go underground if we don't do something one way. That's like saying, let's not open a liquor store because they might sell it underground. That's not the way I want to make decisions here. I want to make it based on what the community wants, what they're telling us. So we had a problem in our community, still have. We're trying to solve that problem. And to me, solving it is restricting it as much as possible. I'll leave that at that, and hopefully I can get your support.
So on the amendment, and I think we have it up here properly. Yeah. Okay. Speakers to the amendment. I've got lights on. How much these are for main motions or not?
clarify.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I just want to clarify what Councillor Bryce, it's also adding places of worship and recreation facilities. So everything that's in number 1 above, plus places of worship and recreation facilities. It's option 1. It's on page 2 of the report.
That's why this one's
Option 1 is
Well, I
what
know we have to
Councillor Bryce is
accept all of this.
referring to.
Okay, so as long as we're all clear with you what the amendment is. Okay, so the first speaker, Councillor Federa, on the amendment, 3 minutes speaking on amendments.
Everything.
Oh, am I on there? Yes. Definitely support that. Just to give a sense of what we're dealing with here, to your worship, is, if you remember when we had the debate, there was 13, 14 delegations, and 1 spoke in favor, the rest all spoke against it. So we've been at this for quite a while. And if I look at the map, the A1, there was room, but again in the industrial, I'm not sure if I'm missing something. We talked about the gymnastic establishments that are in the industrial in the area. So is that part of the? Is that what we referencing to as recreation facilities? Is that what the wording would be that involves? Because there are gymnastics area in.
We'll find out, Ms. Harlock.
Yes, can we do that, to your worship?
So the question is the uses that fall under recreational facilities?
Right.
Yeah, so any use that would be considered a recreational use we would do the separation from. So there's uses all throughout that area. And so just so we're clear, that's what's shown on the map 1, which was the recreation, recreation facilities, places of worship, and residences.
Okay, so to your worship, so then map A1 does speak to the recreation, meaning everything in that. Okay, thank
Yes.
Ms. Harlock?
Yes, so, yes.
Thank you very much. So your worship, I am definitely 150% behind that.
Is that all? Just 150?
150, it's Polish, 150, whatever. And it's just simple. I mean, the community is speaking to us loud and clear. I don't know, when we spoke about the strip clubs, community spoke loud and clear. There was daycares and there was children coming to shop with their parents next door to a certain establishment. I know that means I voted to ban completely. That's what the ask is. So I think as a council we need to listen. And this is, we voted already. I understand that we're not going to, we jumped off the airplane, the parachute's been expanded, we can't back up, we can't be road runner and come back to the airplane. But we need to do something. We weren't listening to the community that they're saying that to us when they were talking to us about, your worship, the strip clubs. We voted to ban that. There's no strip clubs allowed. We had a difficulty with one that popped up somewhere. We worked on them and they shut it down. So this is the direction we should go, your worship, is map 1 tells the story, and the amendment, it speaks to the intent of our community. And we talked about that. It isn't about the religion. It isn't about what you believe in. It's about the community, what community looks at. And we are representative of the people that we represent. And that's the bottom line for me, your worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fandura. Councillor Murray? You want to speak on the amendment? Okay. Anybody else on the amendment? Councillor Young?
Thank you, your worship. This is getting back to a ban. We decided not to ban, and it was a close vote. We didn't hear from the entire community. We heard from one portion of the community, and we have a lot of other things that are going along with this, and regulations is one of them. And if we restrict it to the point where they aren't going to happen, we won't have the insight into that industry that we would have if we allow our regulations to take place. The regulations will enable police to make sure that trafficking doesn't happen and that other criminal activity doesn't happen. But if you keep lessening the area where they're going to be, then they'll go elsewhere and do it in other ways. I want this to be open. It's a legal industry. We need it where we can look at it and watch it and regulate it. So this is just another way to ban it, and so I'm against it.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Stevens on the amendment?
I won't be supporting this either. I agree with Councillor Young. The policy question that was put before us and before administration wasn't to shield people from sin. It was to actually align our policies with the Bedford decision. That wasn't just about constitutionality. It was actually about the vulnerability and exploitation and the conditions under which sex workers are employed. That's what we were set out to resolve, and that's what actually came before us. This is going down the ban road, which is contradictory to what the policy was set to achieve. In terms of who came forward, I have a handful of emails from residents today that say otherwise. So we can balance how many people came forward. The weight of evidence before us was actually supportive of initial recommendations. I won't be supporting this. It's something that is really being done to sweep it under the rug. It's not going to go away. This is amplifying that problem.
Thank you for that. Councillor Barshani?
I'll absolutely support this. This is, when I brought the first forward, I knew that we've talked about this so long, and I knew that the last time it was defeated on a ban. So I thought the compromise was looking at residential, because that is, I think we've heard from delegations who live beside massage parlors and body rub parlors that they don't want them. I wouldn't want them. And I put myself as a resident what I would want. I support this if council wants to go this route. I think that, and in the report, I want to add this. In the comments, in the report, it said they were worried about not having enough possibility of suitable space to accommodate the parlors that exist today. And I was so disappointed in that response from administration in this report, because we've heard from residents, we don't want them in our city, and if they have to be in our city, we don't absolutely want 18 or 20. We want, if there's any that has to be, we want the fewer the better. So again, I think I'll support this the way it is, and I hope it passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Flagel, do you want to speak to the amendment?
I would, could somebody read the amendment for me? Oh, perfect, there we go.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I can see it now. Okay, yeah, I think, I'm still opposed to it going into the industrial, so, I don't think I can support this. I think it's, I gotta go with Councillor Young on what she said and Councillor Stevens. And we're just talking about a ban in a different word, and I don't believe the ban is the right way. I've been against the I've been for the licensing the whole time, and get them into the police's realm and their firing line, and see where it goes from there. We can review this in a year, or wherever we need to review it at some point and bring it back up, but I'm okay with leaving it where it is, and so I won't support the amendment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins on the amendment?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is ground that's been covered, and the two positions that have been set out, first by Councillor Findura and secondly by Councillor Young, are the two positions that divide us. And the dividing line is this: do you believe that the existence of body rub parlors, regulated or not, furthers the safety of women or threatens the safety of women? I believe that the existence of body rub parlors threatens the safety of women. And for that reason, I support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Massanelli, can you take the chair, please? we've covered this ground, and I'm not sure there's much more to say. We do have a council that has some pretty clear opinions on this. I did not support the notion of having bilateral parlors in the city. I felt, in my view, the public had spoken pretty clearly to us. Delegations were substantial, not 100%, but for me, the overwhelming majority had spoken in that regard. So I'm going to support the amendment. It is not banning them. It is restricting them, which I think is not as good as the outright ban, but it certainly restricts them in a way of proportional, fair, reasonable, given we're looking at, can't see the amendment from here, but speaking of schools and recreation institutions and parks, those kinds of things I think are really critical that we have that restriction there, so I will support the amendment. Councilor Bryce, do you want to close debate?
No, I think we've debated this long enough.
We certainly have. Recall the question. Recorded voters have been asked for by Councilor Hawkins.
Yes, Councilor Bryce, as the mover of the amendment, I will start with you.
Thank you. Strongly in favor.
Councilor Findura. Councilor Mancinelli. Councilor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councilor Young.
Against?
Councilor Murray. Councilor Stevens. Councilor Bresciani. Councilor Flagel.
Opposed?
Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
It is a tie vote at 5-5. The amendment is lost.
Amendment's defeated. So we're back on the...
Your worship, it's 6 o'clock.
Yes, I know. We just want to finish the vote. And
Well, I'm not sure, because I think there's a question to ask. My question is, suppose the motion is a tie vote and fails as well, where does that leave us? And that's a
I'll
question that may
ask
require some reflection.
I'll ask the clerk, Mr. Clerk, if the another motion is also defeated, where do we go?
I would ask the solicitor to weigh in on this as well, but the reading of the Cities Act is very clear that any motion put forward by council that results in a tie vote is defeated. So I would respectfully suggest that that indicates we're back to square one.
That's how I would read it too. Mr. Solicitor, do you have an opinion?
All I would remind members of council of is that there was a decision made at the previous council meeting. What is being proposed here are some amendments to that decision that was made in December. So in my view, if these motions are to be defeated, then we are back with the policy direction that was passed by council at its previous meeting.
And just further procedurally then, so that can we have a statement of what the original motion was that was passed? What the motion would be without these amendments?
Diana would have, Ms. Howard would have that. Ms. Howard, go ahead.
So it is on page 2 of the report, which was the original recommendation that was passed in December. So it was the one that was on, which is on the screen, which is to approve the recommended separation distance for 18288 with those uses, except it didn't include residences.
Before we get to continuing on with the report on body road parlors, I want to just mention we have a long agenda, and if you take it on its face, we won't get through the whole thing. So I have a list from the administration that indicates what they believe must be important, and I'll take them in order on the agenda, but we'll be skipping around a bit. So if members of council are okay with that, we'll get through what must be done tonight, and we will likely have an additional meeting of council at some point, and the clerk will poll for that evening if you don't mind. So otherwise we'll continue to go on. Members of council know there's no bylaw that stops us stopping at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. It is an agreement with council to proceed as long as we want to. Just saying that, make sure that if we don't get through everything, we get through what must get done tonight. Okay. So where we left it was a motion defeated on an amendment by Councilor Bryce. On a tie vote, that motion was defeated. So I'm going to go back to the motion that Councilor Bresciani put forward as the motion we're facing now. And I have a list of speakers. I believe that Councilor Young, you're the first one, and I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I'm going to move to table this report to the next meeting. We're missing 2 members of council right now, and it's obvious that we have a lot of talking to do about the original policy, as well as RPS's version of why they need this. So, so my motion is to table this report till the next meeting.
So I'll need a seconder for the table motion. Okay. Councilor moves that. There's no debate in the motion, very clear, until the next meeting of City Council. All those in favor of tabling? Those opposed? Table motion is defeated. Okay. So, Councilor Hawkins, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to move an amendment. Now, before I move this amendment, I want to say this is in the spirit of compromise. I don't think any one of us agree entirely with it, but this is a real attempt to move this along. The debate is divisive and tiresome. All points of view have been aired. I think we need to get on with it. So the amendment is that we, looking at the board, that we add into the list 2 other additions, 1, places of worship, and 2, recreation facilities, and that we take out the grandfathering provision. So essentially this compromise, not essentially, exactly this compromise is option 2.
You could just do it right to the motion, could you not? Number 1, just add it to number 1. So no, do as you wish, do as you wish. It's amending number 1 though. Everybody understand the amendment? We're clear? Administration, you're clear on the amendment?
I'll second it.
Councilor Bryce, you second it? Okay. Do you want to speak to the amendment?
I would only add that this is an effort to compromise and move us off a difficult position. I respect everyone's position. We don't all share the same view, and this is an effort to move us along.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? It's pretty straightforward. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried.
Now back to the main motion.
Main motion as amended. Councilor Young, you did have, well, actually I moved away from you to Councilor Hawkins. Any other speakers to the main motion as amended? Councilor Fundura?
Thank you, worship to you. Well, I would rather see this not be here, but that was done already before. And if you look at compromises, if you're looking at some ways of settling what we are doing and protecting and what our community is saying to us, reluctantly, I'll probably, first when I looked at this, I was not going to support the what's in front of the recommendation, but now the way we're looking at it this way, I'm going to do a little more thinking after I speak. So to you, Your Worship, first question would be the idea of grandfathering. So the question to the administration would be is, first thing would come to mind, but when I look at the map, the parlors, to Your Worship, that are on Victoria Avenue, that grandfathering is not going to cause any stress that they can come and say, we should be grandfathered. To Your Worship.
Charlotte?
This was only if there was establishments that were conforming in the industrial areas. All those other uses will, or establishments will we'll be looking into those with respect to what they're doing and looking at enforcement actions if they are operating as a body rub establishment outside of the industrial zones, should this pass.
Okay. So if we remove that, to your worship, grandfathering, that'll leave no wording or whatever someone could come up with, that way it'll be clear. So, okay, and now I'm just looking at the map of Tuxedo, the Tuxedo area in the district, there is a nice one chunk of white that's there. What was the reason, or how did we come up with excluding that? I'm looking at the map A1, and it's on A2 as well, and A3, and A4 too. And there's some white areas. Well, what's that about?
What you're seeing on the map is the zones that are orange are the I, H, and IL zones. So anything that you see as white is other zones. So that's why, because it's only in the IH and IL zone. So the motion that's before you is map A2.
A2.
Those would be, excuse me, A2 would be the hatched areas that you see would be where they would be allowed.
Okay. So then, through your worship, so if I'm looking at the map, I'm comfortable to see that anything outside of that map that's in red is not allowed. So that's a good thing. So then I just want to, through your worship, a question or a comment came about strip club. That strip clubs were voted down, so and the comment was made, I believe, I just want to clarify that strip clubs are banned from the city of Regina.
You're off topic, Councillor.
I
We're
just
talking about
wanna
body
make
rub
sure.
parlors, so we should stay on body rub parlors.
Well, if you don't allow me, then I want to ask that question.
Yeah, I can't allow
Okay,
it.
then you know what, let's skip that. So another thing, what I'm concerned with, the common pre-planned inspections, and the delegation didn't mention that. It's how can you say that you're protecting the vulnerable, you're protecting the people that are in there when you have pre-planned inspections? I'm a little confused. How would that work? I mean, you're going to tell me that you're coming in and I'll clear the house and you can come and have a look at it. How is that going to work? I just can't seem to see that we are going to protect with that policy or that statement there. I don't see us protecting anyone.
We're going over.
Am I misunderstanding this wrong?
I'm not sure you can answer that.
Well,
You want to try
I have
to?
a generic answer. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so through your worship, so there is going to be a report coming at the end of March with respect to licensing. And those rules around all of this, council will also have another debate about that, like the hours of operation signage, all of those sorts of things. So that's coming forward at another time.
Okay, so I'm just going through worship. I want to question one more time to you, through you, worship. It's talking about police. So would that be, would you have that discussion, the police being part of this policy, or, so what I'm looking at, a similar idea as graffiti, where we have one officer that's assigned directly to graffiti. Would we have a similar idea with this on the police side? Or is this truly just through our city bylaw inspections, Your Worship?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, so those discussions will be continuing as we develop the licensing parameters, and we'll be working with RPS with regards to enforcement.
Okay. So this is just a comment, Your Worship. I felt the same all the way through, right from the very beginning, that ban was the best option. And again, I will say it, that the community spoke. Even though if we only had maybe 12 or so delegations here, but the community took the time to come out here and speak to us. But if we have to, Councillor Hawkins mentioned about compromise, because council voted, it was 6-5. It's it's done. So if we can work on a compromise, I'll sit down and think about it a little bit, but I think I could support that.
Thank you, Councilor Fundera. Councilor Murray?
Thanks. Answer to Councilor Fundera's question, I don't believe it was answered. That section you see in Tuxedo Park is Eastview Community. That's Eastview Community, the section that you see there. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Stevens?
Thank you. One simple question for administration. Can you provide some clarification where the wording to the effect that body rub parlors are restricted to IL and IH are permitted in the report or in the bylaw itself? I couldn't find it in there.
Ms. Harlock?
So it's not in this report. It was approved in the last report in December. So this report was only brought forward to address Councillor Bresciani's motion that was passed to talk about these uses.
Thank you.
The solicitor may have a comment on this too. Mr. Wherry?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Also to clarify that the bylaw that's on the agenda tonight is not consistent with the policy changes that have been approved. So there will be a motion that will be recommended to bring forward to remove that bylaw from the agenda. And whatever policy changes get approved tonight, a bylaw will be brought back to the next council meeting that will reflect all of that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's good. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question on those in favor. Those opposed? Motion's carried. So we are going to jump around a bit on the agenda, skip a few items, and I'm going to ask, as per request of the administration, that we do bylaw 2019-65. This is the zoning bylaw amendment, which is required for public notice. So if I could have the Deputy Mayor run us through, well, I guess we probably could do them, I suppose. That's just in the spirit of doing what's actually critical. Let's do them all then. These are public notice bylaws, so you can do all of them. Councilor Massanelli?
So I move, seconded by Councilor Bryce, that bylaws 2019-62, 65, as well as 2020-1, 2, 3, and 5 be introduced and read a first time.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will now consider the following public notice bylaws that require this public hearing. 1962, to add regulations to the operation of a business at a residential location. 1965, to identify the flood fringe areas for the 1 in 500 estimated peak water elevation as an overlay on all applicable zoning maps. 20-1, to implement a number of changes resulting from the 5-year review of the OCP. 20-2, to close a portion of the Victoria Avenue Service Road North. 20-3, to set the policy framework for subsequent planning endeavors, including a concept plan, rezoning, subdivision, and public investment. And 20-5, to reinstate the requirement for delegations wishing to address City Council to submit a written submission. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address Council on any of these bylaws, I would ask you indicate your interest at this time. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councilor Massanelli?
I move, seconded by Councilor Hawkins, that bylaws 2019-62 and 65, as well as 2020-1, 2, 3, and 5 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councilor Young, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2019-62 and 65, as well as 2020-1, 2, 3, and 5, go into third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
And I move, seconded by Councilor Bresciani, that bylaws 2019-62 and 65, as well as 2020-1, 2, 3, and 5 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. So I ask that we move to Community and Protective Services report. This is the UPass. We have a delegation here. So I would, I find it on my list here. Neil Middlemiss, welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wrote good afternoon, but I guess it's good evening now.
Certainly is.
My name is Neil Middlemiss. I'm the operations manager for the University of Regina Students Union. I'm here to represent that organization and our more than 16,000 members, primarily based in Regina. And I'm speaking in favor of an agreement between the City of Regina and the University of Regina Students Union that would be for a spring and summer U-Pass. A little bit of background about our organization and how we got to this point may prove helpful for you. The role for our organization is spelled out very briefly in the University of Regina Act. We are a not-for-profit corporation. We have to abide by the Saskatchewan Nonprofit Corporations Act. We also have a constitution and at least some form of a governance structure that has led us to this point. When the fall and winter U-Pass program that you may be aware of was first implemented, URSU sold roughly $95,000 worth of bus products during the spring and summer. And when the fall and winter U-Pass first happened, the general consensus was that the spring and summer would be left out because there was no possible way that students would vote for a mandatory bus pass in the spring and summer. The best chance at getting the U-Pass implemented was to stick with just the fall and winter semesters. And that's turned out to be a very reasonable strategy. In the 3.5 years now since we've been running this program, students' transit habits have dramatically changed. As you no doubt know, ridership on the 3, 30, 18, 22, the 4, the ridership looks to me like it's not that different than what it used to be, but the point is all the university-related routes, ridership has grown quite dramatically, and I believe you have a report from administration testifying to that fact. But again, 2015, we sold $95,000 worth of bus products in the spring and summer. 2014, it was like $92,000. This most recent spring and summer, we sold $330,000 worth of bus products to students and faced a more or less constant string of complaints every single month when people showed up to renew their bus pass, that they really love the U-Pass, and it really sucks that they have to pay what is basically 3.5, maybe 4 times as much for a pass during the spring and summer than they have to during the fall and winter. Some students have even said that this dramatically affects whether they're going to take a class during the spring and summer semester, or if they will instead just choose to work the entire time and focus on the fall and winter semesters. We've seen this growing for quite some time, and in February of 2019 at our AGM, the members in attendance asked that we hold a referendum indicating that the pass price for a spring-summer U-Pass would be between $70 and $99 with all the same rules as the fall and winter. And that referendum, which we held in March of 2019, passed overwhelmingly. There were 1,844 yes votes and 323 no votes. Just to show you how far we've come, when the fall and winter U-Pass program was passed, the difference between the yes and no votes was around like 70 votes. So this is a very, very substantial change. And it's because students have really become accustomed to taking the bus.
You have about a minute left in your presentation time.
I will be done on time, I assure you. So the benefits for the city are very straightforward. It's another $360,000 in change guaranteed for your budget. As I said, we're drastically reshaping the way that people get used to traveling around the city, and we think that this will have a long-term benefit from a sustainability perspective, and allow the city to create potentially a second transit hub at the university, which opens up all kinds of opportunities. But for students especially, and a particular class of students, I would say primarily international, indigenous, and relatively less affluent students, this program drastically reduces their barrier to higher education. A parking pass is roughly $200 a semester. Plating your vehicle, just plating your vehicle, not driving it for even a day, is the same cost for a month as it is for a U-Pass for a whole 4 months. So this very dramatically lowers the cost for students.
So your time is up. Unfortunately, I'll have to stop you. Your time is up.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. There may be questions from members of council. Oh, there are none. Oh, there are one. No, they're popping up all over. Look at this. That's good. Councilor Massanelli.
Thanks. I just wanted to hear the rest of your presentation, if you wouldn't mind, if you have anything left to go.
We're pretty much there. There's nothing of any importance. There are some minor issues aside from cost that we think this is beneficial for. There have been historically parking problems at the University of Regina. That's less the case in the spring and summer, which is fair. There is a reduction of traffic on campus, reduction of carbon emissions, and just general pollution. That's all seen as a positive. But I think the main takeaway is that this is changing people's transit habits and making it much more affordable for them, and that's an area that I'd like us to really focus on. There are some students that do not take the bus and will never take the bus, no matter what the cost is, and that's understood. But the net benefit is to make education more affordable, especially for lower income students.
Thank you. At this portion of the meeting, I can only ask questions, so would it offend you if I would say thank you for proving out the benefits of transit?
Not offended at all.
Thank you.
Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two things. The first is in the material there's a chart which says percentage of eligible students activating their bus pass. From the fall of 2016, it runs till last fall of 2019. There's a low point in the winter of 2017 at 35%. Only 35% in that term activated their bus pass, to a high point of 48% in the winter of 2019, and then another drop off to 46% in the fall of 2019. Do you agree with me that over half of the students who are required to pay for a bus pass that they never use?
Mr. Middlemas?
We had this conversation the last time. I don't think that's the right way to characterize it. If we include the 10% of people that successfully opt out of the program, so this eligible students includes potentially those opt-outs. So the correct number is somewhere between, let's say, 45 and 50% are the people that pay for the pass, don't activate it, and don't opt out. That is correct, and that is a substantial number. It's a number that we're concerned about, I would say to a very similar extent to which you are. But there are potential fixes for that, which come down primarily to communication, and we're in advanced stages of an information sharing agreement with the University of Regina that we think will help us turn this around quite substantially.
Just to make sure that we're on the same page, though, you agree that between 45 and 50% of the students at the current time never activate this pass?
Mr. Middlemas?
That's correct, yes, absolutely.
My second question is this. Does the student union in any way profit itself from selling these passes? Does that, is it a strictly flow-through thing of cost, or do you take some kind of fee or some kind of remuneration for providing the service of selling the pass?
It depends. Sorry, my apologies for decorum. It depends a little bit on the number of students enrolled. So we have a minimum payment required to the city, regardless of the number of students that are assessed the fee. When we first rolled out the program, there was some concern that there would be a shortfall and we'd owe a deficit. The reality has been that there has been a surplus pretty much every single semester due to, in part, the more or less constantly increasing enrollment at the University of Regina. Now, we are a not-for-profit corporation, so that money is returned to the students in one form or another, but yes, there is the potential for a surplus.
And has there been a surplus recently to you?
Yes, there has been a surplus every semester since, I want to say, fall 2017.
And since the fall 2017, can you tell me what those surpluses have been in each of those terms?
I don't have the exact numbers available, but I'll tell you the surplus is typically between $80,000 and $150,000.
So again,
on a semesterly basis. Sorry.
So again, so I understand, each semester for the last 5 semesters, the student union has profited from this between $80,000 and $100,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There appears to be no other questions for you. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to report CR 20-4. Councillor Stevens.
Seek a seconder for the spring and summer U-Pass for the University of Regina, please.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. So this one is pretty simple. I think it's fair to say the U-Pass has been a success. Ridership is up. New routes have been put into operation and improved, and the savings are clear for students. Just two questions for administration. One, what are the financial implications, if any, for the city? And secondly, what do we anticipate in terms of new routes and ridership increases, please?
All right.
Through your worship. So I'll answer the first question. I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment on the second question. So the first question, there are no financial implications to the city. It is 100% cost recovery. The city does not profit. It's whatever our costs are, that's what is transferred to URSU, and that covers the cost of the service. I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment on expansion of service.
Mr. Bells.
Through your worship, this memorandum of agreement for the summer U-Pass would increase some riders, or increasing service on the Route 21 and 22 at night, so at the 10 o'clock service. Again, that's what the URSU community was asking for, that we have additional routes at night for students to leave the night classes. And we will also add additional trips at 6 p.m. on those Route 21 and 22 as well.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Hawkins.
People know where I stand on this, Your Worship, so I will be brief. First of all, this program benefits three groups, subsidizes three groups very handsomely. It subsidizes URSU, we find out tonight, between $80,000 and $100,000 a term. It subsidizes students who want to take the bus. They're paying approximately $90 a semester instead of approximately $360 a semester. And it's a very good deal for the city. It's enabled the city to expand its bus passes, its bus routes, and to acquire new buses, so there's a subsidy there. The question is, who pays this subsidy? The answer to that question is, it's a subsidy paid for by students in the university who are obliged to take the bus, who never use the bus. I'm concerned about accessibility in education. I don't think it's the function of the city or the university, for that matter, to force one group of students to subsidize another group of students, and for that reason I oppose this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. No other speakers to report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Move on to our next report from Finance and Administration. Councillor Hawkins, okay, sorry. Go ahead. Councillor Bryce, it's all yours.
Item CR 19-166, which is, I'll move the following recommendations on the Finance and Admin Committee. Number one, that tax exemption for the real property commonly known as the Kerr Bronfman residence located on Lot 30, Block 458, Plan Number as listed, address 2326 College Avenue, be approved for the amount equal or lesser than 50% of the eligible costs as described in Appendix C2, or the amount equivalent to the property taxes payable over 10 years. Number two, that the provision for the property tax exemption be subject to the following conditions which are listed on the screen. And number three, that we have the appropriate bylaw as listed on the screen as well. And four, that Executive Director of Planning and Community Development or designated be authorized under the tax exemption agreement to make all of the determinations requiring reimbursements and the cost incurred on the work done to the property based in the City of Regina Heritage Building Rehab Program and Conservation Plan for the property, and that the Executive Director of City Planning and Community Development or designate be authorized to apply the Government of Saskatchewan on behalf of the property owner for tax exemption for the education portion of the property taxes that is $25,000 or greater than any year during the term of the exemption. On behalf.
A seconder for that, please. Okay.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Murray.
and Finance and Admin moves concurrence, please.
Thank you very much. Any discussions on this heritage property? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce?
CR 19-177, I'll move the following recommendations: that the tax exemption for the property commonly known as the Louis Residence, located on 1431 Victoria Avenue, be approved as was previous, as listed on the screen. That the provision for the property of tax exemption be subject to the following conditions as listed on the screen as well. And that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare necessary agreement and authorizing bylaw for the property tax exemption detailed. So this is also under the, if I could have a seconder?
Seconder, please.
Under the Municipal Heritage Property
Councillor
accordance
Hawkins.
with the Heritage Property Act.
Good.
Thank you.
Discussion on this report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. So we're at CR 19-118, which is that the property is owned by P.W. Lorch and Associate Limited and Daryl and Marianne Weinberger at 4800 Campbell Street and 1760 North Courtney Street be exempted from property taxes in accordance with the percentages outlined in option 1 of Appendix C of this report, and that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary bylaw to amend bylaw 2019-8 with the properties exempt from taxation as a result of the 2013 municipal boundary alteration 2019 to provide the additional tax exemptions described in recommendation 1. So this, if I could have a seconder.
Seconder, please. Councillor Bershani.
Okay, this has to do with those boundary alterations that we've been dealing with and the exemption based on us not needing for further development other than farming on this property.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Discussion on the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So I'd like to move us to the next report, municipal revenue sharing, the eligibility criteria. This is it's
We should quickly do those relevant bylaws that are attached to those exemptions.
Which ones are those now?
66, yeah.
Okay, so we'll do the bylaws attached to this, then we should do that for Councilor Massenet. This is 19-67, 68, and 70.
I move seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2019-67 and 2019-68 be introduced and read a first time. Oh, and 70 as well.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Murray, the bylaws 2019-67, 68, and 70 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
And I move seconded by Councillor Bryce that bylaws 2019-67, 68, and 70 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Just as a mention, there is a typo in the outline on the agenda on the iPad for the address on College Avenue, but it appears properly in the report.
Okay. Good. Thank you for that.
I guess that's it.
Are you finished? You signed the other?
I guess I got to...
You've got one more reading to do, I believe.
Okay. I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that bylaws 2019-67, 68, and 70 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you for that. Okay, so just looking at the list from the city manager here. The city manager's report, CM 20-2. We could look at this one, please. This is the municipal revenue sharing. And before I ask for a motion to accept this, I'm going to ask the administration to provide us some background on this one. Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, the Ministry of Government Relations undertook a review of the municipal revenue sharing program in 2018-19, and really it was to focus on encouraging effective local governance. So it put in some eligibility criteria and requirements that municipalities would have to follow. We require a formal resolution of council acknowledging that we meet those eligibility requirements. Obviously, larger municipalities have, the processes, the administration in place to be able to make sure that we meet all these requirements. It really was put in place for some of the smaller communities where that's a bit of a challenge. So we're asking for the resolution of council. That'll allow us then to advise the Ministry of Government Relations that council has passed the resolution, that we meet those criteria, and then moving forward, commencing in 2021, we'll have to do this each year prior to January 15th and submit that, again, a resolution of council to the ministry each year. If we do that, then obviously they release our revenue sharing grant.
Motion to approve that, Councilor Massanelli. Seconder, please. Councilor Murray. Any speakers to it? Councilor Massanelli, if you just take the chair just for a moment. This very much is a housekeeping issue. This information has been recorded and provided to the government relations for years. And the requirements that we see before us is a standard statement for every municipality, rural and urban. And just because we won't be excluded, we're added to that list. But we provide this each and every time we do that. There are smaller communities around the province that do not do this. And there are issues related to compliance. And thus, if they don't provide this information, they will lose a revenue sharing. So this simply is housekeeping for us. In favor? Opposed? That's carried. So to the city manager, you're not identifying the election reports as being urgent. Mr. Clerk, you want to? Is that something you need right away? Okay. I know you didn't list them, but I think we should do those. So we can go to the next report. Is actually a supplemental report, CM 20-3 on the election. So if I could have someone move that. Councilor Barshani, seconder. Councilor Young. Anybody want to speak to the report? Maybe, Mr. Clerk, you could talk about the two reports before us. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. The supplemental report responds to a direction that Executive Committee gave my office to come back and identify two additional polling stations, one in Ward 3 and one in Ward 5. The supplemental report indicates and outlines that for you. The additional polling station in Ward 3 will be in a particular committee room in Evraz Place, and in Ward 5, the additional polling station will be in WF Ready School. So with that, it's just a receive and file. I would ask that whoever moves the following report, perhaps Councilor Mancinelli as Deputy Mayor, we spoke, we would just make he will read the motion and incorporate these two additional polling stations to basically make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So motion to receive and file on the city manager's report. Any discussion on that, on receive and file? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll go to Councilor Massanelli as Deputy Mayor to introduce CR 20-5, which is the election report proper.
Okay, it reads as follows, that we approve option 1 for the regular polling areas and polling places outlined in Appendix Appendix B and B1. Approve the use of mobile and special polls for serving voters at the institution defined under Section 29 of the Act. Approve the special advance in mobile polls and hours as outlined in Appendix D. Approve the rates of remuneration for election officials summarized in Appendix E. Approve the names of candidates on the mayor and councillor ballots be listed in alphabetical order by the surname, and according to Section 9.2 of the Act, the occupation of each candidate not be required to be listed on the ballots. Direct the city solicitor to amend Schedule A in the automated vote counting bylaw number 10,197, to reflect the removal of the occupation from the ballot, and bring back the amending bylaw for review at the City Council meeting scheduled to take place on February 26th, 2020 meeting. 7. An additional polling station be added to Ward 3 Evraz Place and to Ward 5 WF Ready School. And I think that's everything.
Good. Seconder for that, please. Councillor Stevens. Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. The code of conduct, let's do that one. Councillor Massinelli. 20-6.
Okay. That the Executive Committee recommend the City Council direct the City Solicitor to amend bylaw 2002-57, being the Regina Code of Conduct and Disclosure bylaw, so that the Code of Conduct and Disclosure rules in the bylaw will no longer apply to any city employee, as these rules will be replaced with a corporate policy approved by the City Manager. B. With the exemption of the City Manager, City Clerk, and City Solicitor, the process in the bylaw for disclosing conflicts of interest and dealing with violations will no longer apply to city employees, but will be governed by the corporate policy. C. The City Manager, City Clerk, and City Solicitor will be subject to the Code of Conduct and Disclosure rules in the new corporate policy, but the process for dealing with disclosures of conflicts of interest and violations of these three positions will still be in the bylaw and will include the following. I. The City Manager will review and provide direction on disclosures made by the City Clerk and City Solicitor, as well as deal with complaints with respect to these positions, although any disciplinary action involving termination would be decided by the Executive Committee. 2. The Mayor will review and provide direction on disclosures made by the City Manager. 3. Executive Committee will retain the authority to deal with any complaints with respect to the City Manager, including taking any disciplinary action for violations. Part D. The Code of Conduct and Disclosure rules and processes for dealing with disclosures and violations in the bylaw will continue to apply to non-council members on boards and committees established by council. E. The references to former legislation, the Urban Municipality Act 1984, will be updated to reflect the equivalent Cities Act provisions, and the other outdated references will be updated, including attaching disclosure of land holdings from which is filled out by non-council members on those boards and committees specifically outlined in the bylaw. This is a long one, guys. Number 2, approve the repeal of the employment of relatives policy that was approved in 1990, as it will be replaced with a section of employment of relatives in the new corporate policy approved by the City Manager. Number 3, direct the City Solicitor to amend bylaw 2003-70, being the City Manager's bylaw, to expressly authorize the City Manager to establish an employee code of conduct under the powers, duties, and functions of the City Manager to coincide with the City Manager's general authority over employees. 4, approve the repeal of the employment of relatives policy and the amendments outlined in recommendations 1 and 3 to come into force March 1st, 2020. 5, direct administration to bring forward an annual report on employee code of conduct and whistleblower infractions. And finally, 6, direct administration to conduct a review of the Cities Act and Code of Ethics bylaw with respect to city councillors, propose any necessary changes, and report back to the newly elected City Council in 2021.
A seconder for that, please. Councillor Bershani. Thank you, Councillor Massinelli, for that. Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Pardon me? You want to talk on it, okay. Okay.
I think I'd actually like to propose an amendment. In reading this, I note that the Mayor will review and provide direction on disclosures made by the City Manager. I think in the framework of transparency, to have one head of administration and one representative of council without having a rotation could be something that could be a problem in the future. So I'd like to make an amendment that it be reported back to the Mayor and the acting Deputy Mayor at the time. And that way there's always someone moving through. It's never a chance that anyone could be included or accused of anything like that, and there's a little greater transparency. So I'd like to make that as an amendment.
The Mayor and Deputy Mayor, not acting Deputy Mayor?
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor. Okay. That's your amendment?
Yeah.
We all understand that. A seconder for that? Councillor Murray. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Okay. Councillor Bresciani, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, regarding the whistleblower policy, I know that there's some policy things that have to be worked out. What is the time frame on that? What are we looking at? If you could just elaborate through the chair.
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship. So with the change of the employee code of conduct and the addition of the theft and fraud policy and the whistleblower policy, it's our intention to
make those implementable on March 1st. And a big component of that is making sure that we provide education and training to our employees so that they fully understand, the role and function of those new policies and what the, options are in terms of their ability to bring forward concerns.
Great. Thank you. I want to say thank you for the work that's been done. I know it's a lot to do, but I think, again, I think it's just good governance, and I think it's, again, very appreciated by the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Berciani. Other speakers? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next report, Councilor Bryce, on the bank service in the purchase card. Who's on finance administration?
Were you in the chair?
No, I wasn't. I was never.
Joel? Joel. Would you mind introducing report 20-7? Banking services and purchase card program.
I don't think, I wasn't present at this finance.
So who was present on the committee?
Or did I? Is it?
Perhaps the.
I did chair it.
You chaired it.
Okay.
So then you know. You're the guy.
Great. My memory is so good.
Not only were
Thanks
you
so
there,
much.
you chaired it.
Yeah, that's why I don't remember it, because I was just delegating. Thanks. So, perfect. So I'll introduce the report. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the membership of the local emergency planning committee to align with the membership of the city's emergency operations center.
Well, no, I think we're on the banking one. Sorry, this is the report CR 20-7.
20-7.
Authorization to negotiate and award banking services and purchase card program. It's the RFP for that.
That's it. There you go.
I read the 2020-7. Sorry about that, everyone.
It's all yours.
Perfect. So this is delegated authority. I remember this now. Delegate the authority to the executive director of the financial strategy and sustainability to designate the appointment of the city's financial institutions. The requests for proposals outlined in this report. There was a lot of discussion during this around how we service fees coming in to the city, how people pay fines, how they pay for parking, things like that. Delegate the authority to the executive director of financial strategy and sustainability to negotiate, approve, award, and enter into all professional banking and related contracts with the highest ranked proponents selected through a negotiated RFP process. For a 5-year term, these contracts include, but are not limited to, an agreement for business banking, treasuries, auxiliary banking services, agreements and schedules, and to authorize the city clerk to execute the necessary agreements.
Perfect. I have a seconder for that, please. Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on this really important report. Councilor Berciani.
Thank you. One of the things that was talked about was, and I can ask administration just to, but it's talking about going every 5 years. Every 5 years, who is the bank that we deal with now, and is there an intent that sometime down the road that, because I know it's labor intensive, to extend that to a longer period of 10 years? Just if you could, if there's a benefit in that, doing that down the road. Through the chair.
Mr. Lacey.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So the current bank that we use for banking services is Toronto Dominion, TD. And for our credit card or our purchase card program, it's Desjardins, who we use. So the RFP that was issued that this report speaks to is for a 5-year agreement. However, as we look at how the industry is unfolding, we're starting to see many organizations move to longer-term agreements, 10-year agreements, or 5-year agreements with a renewal term for every 5 years. And that's in part because of the cost and effort when you change financial institutions can be quite substantial. I think past practice has been pretty consistent around 5 years. So this RFP, once again, is a 5-year agreement, but we've had conversations within administration that when we go to the market again in 5 years, we're going to think about perhaps going to a longer-term contract.
Good. Thank you. And I guess just that as you move in the next 5 years, it would be good for council to know that what does it actually cost when you have to turn it over to, in that next 5 years, what would we be saving if we looked at a longer term? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Berciani. Further discussion on the report? Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to briefly add to that, however, that this is a competitive RFP, and if there comes a point, if you don't go to the market often enough, you lose a competitive advantage. So I'd be very slow to move beyond, to be moved from 5-year to a 10-year contract.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. I'm just going to add this because there were members who weren't present at Finance Admin, is that my understanding is this, all of our banking is done through this one institution, including transactions from the public. Is that correct? As a merchant? To us.
Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. Our banking service provider is currently Toronto Dominion. The way we've structured this RFP is we want to consolidate our purchase card program too with the same financial institution for efficiency and effectiveness purposes.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
So you actually closed debate, but I wanted to ask a question. Is member of council okay if I ask a question even before I call the vote? I'm just wondering, under the Cities Act, are we not allowed to go beyond 5 years? We actually can't. I thought there's some legislation that precludes us from going beyond 5 years. Could be wrong on that one.
Through you, Your Worship, I will refer that to City Solicitor.
To the solicitor, you're on the spot.
Yes, Your Worship. There are some corporate policies that require council approval for agreements beyond 5 years, but we have reviewed this particular agreement, and as Mr. Lacey has indicated, as part of our review of the next RFP, we'll look at potentially doing a longer term, but I believe that it's within city's authority to extend this beyond 5 years.
Perfect, that's good. No other questions? I'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So, Planning Commission, 20-8, this is a proposed child daycare. Councillor Young?
Child daycare in the Rosewood Park area where we now have 2 schools and we have a seniors residence. So the recommendation would be to have approval of that application for discretionary use located at 13 North Courtney Street. And in addition to that, the development has to be subject to the execution of a service agreement and a subdivision, and it has to have Ministry of Education approval, and of course comply with the standards and regulations of the zoning bylaw. So Planning Commission members inquired about load level testing for Mapleford Boulevard with all of the traffic given the 2 schools and the seniors home as well as this daycare, and adding drop-off and pickup lanes. And if you look at the concerns people had from the Community Association in Appendix B, there was reference to sidewalks, access, and parking. I don't know if the administration wants to speak to any of that as being an issue, but you may ask questions about that. But Planning Commission asked for concurrence.
Have a seconder for that, please. Councillor Bryce. Administration have any comment on the report? Charlotte?
Through you, Mayor, as Councillor Young had indicated, the traffic, we did look at it, and Mapleford Boulevard is classified as a collector, and it carries up to 12,000 vehicles per day. So this daycare will not bring that over to the capacity. We did the analysis, so we're satisfied with the application as it's presented.
Good, thank you very much for that. We are burning through the agenda here. We haven't missed anything yet, so I'll call the question on this report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Information report now, the semi-annual review of closed executive committee items. Councilor Massanelli, you want to move that? Okay. IR 20-1.
Yeah, just trying to get there, sorry. Yeah, I guess that the executive committee recommends that council receive and file this report.
Okay, let's go to seconder, please. Councilor Brasciani, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we do have time, so I'll just continue on with the report, or the agenda as listed. So we'll go to Community Protective Services Committee, the Emergency Measures of Bylaw Amendment. Councilor Stevens?
I'm going to read this out. So all the information is not in the actual report that we received, so I have to read through the actual change. CR 20-9. Community and Protective Services Committee recommends that City Council direct the City Solicitor to amend the Emergency Measures Bylaw number 2011-37, to identify the following 10 positions that will form the City of Regina Local Emergency Planning Committee. EOC Director, Executive Director, Citizen Services, EOC Manager, Manager, Emergency Management, Risk Manager, City Solicitor, Liaison Officer, Director, Regina Fire and Protective Services, Information Officer, Director, Citizen Experience, Operations Section Chief, Chief of Police, Regina Police Service, Logistics Section, Director, Sustainable Infrastructure, Finance and Administration Section Chief, Executive Director, Financial Strategy and Sustainability. 9, Planning Section Chief, Executive Director, City Planning and Community Development. Finally, Mayor and City Council Advisor, City Manager. Can I seek a seconder for that?
Seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins?
My only question for administration is just walk through the significance of this report and the changes, please.
Mr. Onright?
So the changes proposed in the report are from our organizational org structure changes in December and again in March. This committee needs to be in place as part of the Provincial Emergency Measures Act. So municipalities have to have a committee in place for planning in the case of an emergency.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we will go to Finance and Administration. Councillor Murray, once again, you were there, weren't you?
So this is the, let me just pull it up here. This is FA 20-2, -10, sorry.
It is actually CR 20-10. Finance Administration, 1401 Robinson Street.
Found it.
You
Thank
can
you
look
very
at the
much. This
screen
is
if you'd like to.
FA 20-1. This recommendation is that Finance Administration recommends the Council to approve a cash grant for the property known as Albert Library located at 1404 Robinson Street, shown in Appendix A, as you can see. A, 50% of eligible costs of the work prescribed in Appendix C, $50,000. Instruct the City Solicitor to prepare, authorize bylaws, and that the property possesses and retains its formal designation as a municipal heritage property, and the property owner submits a detailed written documentation of payments made for the actual costs incurred, and that work completed and invoice submitted by December 15th, 2020 would be eligible for cash grant of up to 50% of the cost of the approved work to a maximum of $50,000. Can I get a seconder?
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Massinelli. Any discussion on that?
So these are just the financial implications of the heritage property grant that we're allowing for 1401.
Discussion on the report. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one question for the administration. On page 2 of that report, under the section Financial Implications, it says Section 28A of the Heritage Property Act enables City Council to provide grants to any person, organization, agency, association, or institution with respect to a heritage property. And then referring to a different act, the Heritage Incentive Policy, approved by City Council on August 25th, 2014, established a cash grant of up to $50,000 for tax-exempt properties, but limited to a maximum of 50% of eligible conservation costs. My question is this: under the Heritage Incentive Policy, is it also the case that this must be with respect to a heritage designated property? In other words, is there something left out there?
Ms. Harlock?
So it does have to be a heritage property, designated property to qualify.
That makes sense to me, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I want to read into the record the response from Councillor Stevens for the Municipal Justice Building. Your response is in the report, so I'll make sure it publicly stated you did receive a response. I skipped over that one. So we'll go into the Mayor's Housing Commission, and I can't introduce that, so I'm going to ask a member of council who's there. It can be Councillor Stevens, Councillor Murray, or Councillor Flagel can introduce that. Councillor Stevens, do you want to do that, please? Do you mind? You don't have to read all the recommendations either, though. So.
Speaking of seconder
Seconder on this
incentive
report,
policy.
Councillor Massanelli. Okay.
Actually, if administration could provide a high-level overview of what this report entails and the significance of the review, and secondly, why was the review conducted?
Ms. Harlock.
Your Worship, so the review was conducted because we do a 5-year review of our policies, and that was through the comprehensive housing strategy. So we initiated that, did consultation, and through that review, we identified amendments that we would bring forward to Mayor's Housing Commission and ultimately Council regarding the policy in order to meet the goals and aiming of city's resources where there are gaps in the private market's ability to address housing needs, and namely the needs for low-income housing. So the last comprehensive review of HIP was in 2015, and since then the real estate and rental market have changed and softened, while the numbers of households and core housing needs has increased. So there's been a number of new programs and regulations that impact housing, including the release of the National Housing Strategy, our intensification levy, and the plan to end homelessness. So the amendments that are being brought forward is really looking to responding to the shifting conditions to ensure that the city's housing incentive program continues to support Regina's greatest housing needs. So we are recommending approval, and one of the key things that support the amendments, which include the creation of a tax exemption program for repair of affordable rental buildings, a full intensification levy rebate for new affordable housing developments, and a 1-year suspension of the affordable home ownership down payment and tax exemption program for private sector developers. So we'd be happy to answer any other questions with regards to the report.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, please. Could administration expand on what this entails for existing homes that are falling into disrepair? Who would qualify? How do you qualify? And how much money is on the table? Please.
Ms. Harlock.
Worship, I'll ask Mr. Tolman to go through that part of the program because it's in conjunction with a federal program.
Mr. Tolman.
Through your worship, when we looked at creating the program, we wanted to align ourselves with the criteria of the federal government's program, and some of those requirements included a minimum number of units that would have to be subject to the application, which would be 5. So it would have to be at least a 5-unit rental building or 5 individual properties that have the same owner. And the value of the tax exemption that we're recommending is up to 50% of the eligible repair costs, or the full 5 years of length, whichever is less.
Thank you very much. The report does reference the communities of North Central and Heritage. Does the policy then shift resources and attention into those 2 neighborhoods away from other areas?
Ms. Harlock.
It's the 3rd bullet point. Maybe you can just explain that part. The recommended amendments to the HIP would, and it's the 3rd bullet point down on page 1.
Through you, Your Worship. So it wouldn't, like in terms of resources, like human resources, is that what you're just...
Actually, how would this impact Heritage and North Central?
Yeah. So we're just looking at opening it up, so our pool of money is the same. So what it would do is as applications come in, we review them, and then we do the criteria, and then we would allocate the funds based on the criteria of the policy.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, the pool of funds, where does it come from? How much money is in there, and how is that pot of money resourced?
So,
Harlock?
through you, your worship, so sorry, I missed the first part.
How much money?
How much money?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get, through the budget process, we have $2.5 million. And then we divvy up the money as per the applications that come in, and there is a very specific process with respect to not-for-profits having to have their application in first, and then we go to the next level, and it does the tax exemption, capital, et cetera. We are going to be bringing a report forward, as the report indicates, in a next year during the budget process, to talk about the full funding source of this, because currently it doesn't have a sustainable funding source. In the past, we had monies that were allocated from sales of land, and some commitments with respect to the southeast sale of lands from the government of Saskatchewan. So at this point, we do need to find a sustainable funding source, and so a report will be for your consideration during the budget process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. So one of the things that I learned is that there's like when you offer an incentive to, I guess, a nonprofit or whoever, is it a 5-year that they have to hold that rent at, or can it be longer than that, through the chair, for that development?
Ms. Harlock?
Mr. Toman, pardon me, to go through the criteria of the different tax years of tax, yeah, and how that works.
Through you, your worship, the city's policy does require, if a housing provider is receiving a capital grant, they would have to maintain affordable rental rates for 5 years, the same length of our tax exemption. What we do find, however, is that projects often get levels of, or funding from other levels of government, and they often require longer periods of time.
So just to add on to that question, through your worship, so because we're offering an incentive, and it's a good incentive, why wouldn't we want the rates to stay like 10 years like they do through the other financial, the other establishments? Can we make it longer, through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, so 5 years is the maximum that we can have the tax exemptions. So I think definitely we could looking for a longer term period for them to sign into. There would be legal agreements that we would have to strike with respect to that. It's similar to, council did approve with respect to when we do condo conversions. I don't know if you remember that they couldn't convert when they had those grants for 10 years.
Okay. I think, through the chair, I think it would benefit that our dollar would go further. And then at 5 years, it doesn't end. I mean, I'm not saying they do, but I know when I met with a few of the individuals that are looking for incentives, the federal government has, I think theirs is 10 years. And so I would like to see us look at extending ours to 10 years. That means we'd have more on the market for a longer period of time. So if I can just add one more thing, so is that something that could be considered, or through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, it is at council's discretion if you want that. My recommendation would be is that we could bring a report forward to the Mayor's Housing Commission that could explore this idea of extending it if council wishes, or you would just give us direction and we would change the policy accordingly.
Okay, then your wish, we'll probably just make a motion then, or what? Or can it be just done as an undertaking?
Yeah. Somebody to go to the Housing Commission so we can talk about it.
Oh, it would go to the Housing
It could.
Committee? Well, I'd like it as an undertaking to come back, and rather than just, or I just make a motion. What would you prefer?
Ms. Harlock?
An undertaking is fine, but it would go to the Mayor's Housing Commission with a recommendation to be brought to council.
To council then?
Yeah, yeah, so it'll
Okay.
go there first for, just like any other committee, and then it would come here.
Okay, all right, good.
Sorry.
We've talked about homelessness. So are these incentives going to help in any way with the homeless file? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, So our programs don't exclude housing developers that are looking for housing first opportunities. We are bringing a report to the next Mayor's Housing Commission regarding the plan to end homelessness. So we'll have more details on that plan and that program. But any program that comes forward with respect to housing, as long as it meets these criteria, then we would, it would meet it and get funding.
Okay. Through the chair, and does that report then come to council?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other speakers to the report? Councilor Massanelli, could you take the chair for a moment, please? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of comments to add to those who have spoken. Members of council received a memo from the administration on January 24th related to the rental tax exemption program. And to me, this was discussed twice at the Housing Commission before we got here tonight. And I'm going to ask the administration to talk a bit about this, because the terms under which we will provide support is in support of a federal initiative. So I said at that time, and I'll repeat it here, I'm not too keen on this program. And the reason I'm not is because historically we haven't done that, although it is in the OCP. It does talk about getting to this point. And here's the reason why. Not that we shouldn't help those to repair their homes, but I'm always mindful of downloading to us that we begin to see we're participating in a program, the federal government pulls that away, and we're stuck with more money in an area of housing which we're not in traditionally. We're not in housing, generally speaking. We provide support for construction. Yes, we do per door and subsidies. Yes, but getting into home repairs, to me, is a different dimension. So I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I'm just concerned that we find ourselves 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, the federal government saying, well, we have a big deficit, and one thing we're going to do is pull away from this program. And I also want to make sure that under this program that we are not going to be expending more than the federal government would, and that they can't pull back their funding given what we do under this program. So I'd ask the administration to confirm that if possible.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So when we did the analysis, I'll start, and I might ask Mr. Toman to expand. We did do some analysis with hypothetical scenarios, which is found in Appendix B. What we found is there could be situations where the value of the city's property tax exemption could be greater than the federal government's grant contribution, particularly with the private sector. Applications where the federal program limits grants to 15% of the eligible costs. But based on the discussions with CMHC representatives in the federal government, with CMHC representatives, the federal government would not reduce its financial contribution because a project also receives municipal property tax exemptions. That was our analysis, and under no circumstances would the total financial contribution made by the federal government and the city exceed the total repair costs. That was one of the other questions that Mayor's Housing Commission had. So I don't know if Mr. Toman wants to add anything, or if you have any further questions.
Well, I just state that I'm concerned generally that given our financial muscle, if you will, or lack of financial muscle, that there may be times when our contribution will be greater than the federal government, who has billions of dollars. I have a problem with that in principle. I don't want to stop the program. I know it's needed, but I'm wondering if we can have the administration review what our program is designed to do to ensure that we don't provide more financial resources than the federal government ever does in any particular application. Through you to the administration.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we could take it back and look at it, or we could put a clause that says that we would not exceed the federal contribution. What the memo had indicated is based on the conversations we've been having with some of the not-for-profits, this is going to be one of the harder programs to get access to funds from, so we don't think there's going to be much uptake. And what we had recommended is that let's see where it goes, and then we can provide a report back later. But if the concerns are valid, then what we could do is put some language in that says that we would not.
Do you require
exit.
an amendment to this?
Through, Mr. Chairman, yes, we
I'd
would
like to move
need.
that amendment, that under this program, that in no circumstances does the city contribution exceed the federal contribution under the rental home repair exemption program. Have a seconder for that, too?
Councillor Hawkins?
I think it's pretty clear what I'm asking for, is simply to ensure that we never exceed the federal contribution on any exemption application. I think it's straightforward. Question? Call question?
Just waiting for it to get it up on the board there. I think everyone's good with that. Any questions? I don't see any. Call the vote. You have a question? Oh, there it is.
I understand the threat of downloading through the chair. I actually just don't see a problem with the possibility of us contributing more than the federal government. If we're serious about housing policy, if we're serious about addressing housing crisis and affordability, I see no reason why we should worry about us actually exceeding the federal contribution. If this is what it takes and we're actually upgrading existing housing stock, modernizing it, making it fit for habitation, I just, on a point of principle, I don't see why we would go down this road, frankly.
Councillor Hawkins seconded. Okay. I have another speaker. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you. I just want to ask administration, so have we ever been over the federal government of what they've given through the chair?
Through Mr. Deputy Chair, Deputy Mayor, we don't have this right now. So this program it's a new policy, so we don't know. So what we've been running is scenarios. So that's why we said there could be a chance where there might be a situation with the private sector applications that would apply for this. We don't foresee that with the not-for-profits, but there could be. Like we can't say 100% that there couldn't be a time. But as indicated, what we're hearing is that the program has a lot of thresholds and rules around it, so we don't see a lot of uptake to this program, and so that was why our recommendation is to leave it as is. But this is fine too. It's just a policy amendment that we would just add, and we'd just ensure our funding would never exceed it.
Thank you.
I understand what Councillor Stevens is saying, but this is like really bad metaphor here, the elephant versus a mouse. We just don't have resources. We're trying to be as effective as we can be, and it may be a limited number of times, but it's a question of principle that we don't spend more than the federal government do, or even the province for that matter. So I hope members will support the amendment.
Thanks. With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Resolution passed.
So last comment on the report very quickly is another significant discussion at the Mayor's Housing Commission was the suspension for 1 year of the capital grant and exemption program for affordable home ownership by the private sector in all areas of the city. Just that was the cause of, again, a discussion, a couple of meetings. It's obviously been approved by the commission, and we suggest we do it here. The market is very different, very soft than what it was 2 years ago, and this is a reflection of the changing times. And after 1 year, the administration will look at this and come back with perhaps another recommendation. So I'd ask members of council to support the report.
Thank you.
Other speakers to the report? Councillor Stevens, do you want to close debate? Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we are now down to the 3 bylaws. Councillor Massanelli.
Yep.
4, 6, and 7.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2020-4, 6, and -7 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2020-4, 6, and -7 going to be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Okay.
Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2020-4, 6, and 7 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously.
And I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2020-4, 6, and 7 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Bryce, seconder.
Actually,
Oh.
I just wanted to take a second. I
Go right ahead.
talked about it earlier.
Sure.
So I just want to remind everybody that today is Bell Let's Talk Day. So this is a day where we all need to be mindful of mental health issues and reducing, or actually, hopefully, eventually eliminating the stigma around mental health and the issues that some people have. So today, if we could just all take time to recognize, support, and have a conversation about mental health with those we love. That's just me, the nurse, telling us that this is something really good that we should all be doing. Thank you. On that, I'd like to move adjournment.
Very powerful words, Councillor Bryce. Thank you for that. Seconder for it, Councillor Fundura. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Have a great night, everyone.